City manager is not here. And the city attorney.
Attorney up there for a closed session?
Where is it?
Point out the obvious. Half my speech is directed for his benefit, so.
Yes, we're ready. Mayor, you're alive.
The time now is 4:04 on December 13, 2023. I would like to convene the City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting, where we first start out with a closed session. Public comments may be received by the City Council prior to any item to be considered in closed session. So meeting called to order. A roll call, please. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Nguyen.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
I'm here.
Councilmember Fan West. Councilmember Monzo.
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember West and Councilmember Ho absent.
Thank you. Next is oral communication for closed session only. Is there anyone sign up to speak?
Yes, we do have one speaker for closed session, Terry Raines.
Please.
Hello, I'd hoped to see the city attorney's performance evaluation on the closed session agenda before the end of the year, maybe next month. It's time. This agenda item concerns a lawsuit filed against the city last year by the Quan Chi Victory Foundation, supported by Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Nguyen, former Mayor Tri Ta, and Van Tran. The first two should recuse themselves from any and all votes concerning this lawsuit. When the original $100,000 claim was filed against the city 2 years ago, I advocated for the parties to reach an amicable settlement and end this costly political debacle, but the city refused. That refusal has cost us way more than the settlement would have. I have some of the court documents. I like the city's 8th affirmative defense that the purported cause of action contained in the complaint is barred by the doctrine of unclean hands. Trouble is, those unclean hands belong to members of this council in addition to the Quan Chi Victory Foundation members. Other affirmative defenses are questionable at best. Per the minute order, there were no appearance by the defendant, the City of Westminster, at the January 19th case management conference. Why? The trial is set for June 17, 2024. The only action on the docket since then is a notice of case reassignment effective November 20th from Judge Melissa McCormick to Judge Sean Nelson. There's no explanation for the reassignment, but the city must object and appeal this reassignment sooner rather than later. Why? For starters, Sean Nelson served on the Orange County Board of Supervisors alongside Andrew Doe, the chair of the Quan Chi Victory Foundation. Van Tran is Andrew Doe's chief of staff of external affairs, and he's running to replace Andrew Doe in this next election. Nelson also served along Michelle Steele. All three of them voted to remove independent oversight of their actions, county finances, and the practices of the Sheriff's Department and District Attorney's Office in 2018. The three of them also served alongside now District Attorney Todd Spitzer. Nelson has a sordid political past, including questionable campaign finance practices, such as raising money for his run for judge using a campaign account for OC Supervisor 2018. The problem is he couldn't run for supervisor in 2018 because he was termed out. County law prohibits incumbents from raising money for their supervisor campaign accounts after they are elected to their final term, according to the law's author and prominent election law attorney. FPPC officials agreed, but the DA quietly and wrongly dismissed the case. If all of this isn't enough to warrant removing Nelson from this case, I don't know what is. Residents didn't want this case litigated in court. Both sides are guilty of some wrongdoing. It was the foundation's choice to move the monument all the way up to San Jose instead of finding another location here in Orange County. Demands the substantial proof of real losses and offer a settlement based on proven and justifiable losses. Deny any costs incurred from traveling outside of Orange County. And don't let politics or the city attorney's office drag this thing out any further to pad people's pockets. Bite the bullet and settle this matter quickly so the city can move forward. Thank you. And I'm really disappointed we have 2 council members absent.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. At this point here, the City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose. Why don't I ask City Clerk, go ahead and
Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
No.
The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose. Conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, existing litigation on case Quan Chi Victory Foundation versus City of Westminster, case number 302022, 01270912, CUBCCJC.
Council recess for the closed session. Thank you. Good evening. The time now is 6:04. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. So meeting is called to order. City Clerk, please call the roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all council members present.
Thank you very much. Salute to the flag. Today is going to be Councilmember Ho, and invocation is going to be Councilmember West. Please stand.
Please stand and follow my lead. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
Thanks. Please stand with me and join me in prayer. Thank you. Lord, we just thank you so much for this time to gather together to do the city business and to hear the voice of the people and different organization group today. I just pray that you bless this meeting and that you allow us to be ready, our mind and hearts, as we enter into Christmas. And I pray that everyone feel the blessing and the miracle Christmas that they should. And we thank you so much for this time. I pray that you bless everyone here today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilmember Ho and Councilmember West, for the salute to flag and also the invocation. Next is City Attorney and closed session report. Please, City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. There was one item on the closed session agenda concerning the Quang Tri Victory Foundation versus the City of Westminster case. There was a discussion and direction was provided by council. There's nothing to disclose at this time. There was one other item, though, that Councilwoman Fan West had asked that if you could add to the agenda tonight, and that was the appointment of someone to the Westminster Community Foundation, because there was a resignation. And the urgency of the matter is that the council is not meeting again until after the foundation is holding a gala event on January 6th, and it's important to get as many individuals involved. As I understand, she has someone ready to appoint, and they'll be able to assist, and the foundation would like to have as many participants as possible.
Thank you. Is there a motion by Councilmember West?
Yes, I motion to move to approve this.
Okay, so I second the motion to have the item as an urgent item. We need to have four over five, at least.
Yes,
approve
Mayor.
it.
So I have a motion made by Councilman Fan West and a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to walk on the item of an appointment to the Westminster Community Foundation this evening. This would be for Councilwoman Fan West's appointee.
Right, and the reason why the urgency, I agree with the city attorney, is correct, because the TED parade's coming up in 2 months. We have also the gala in January 6th. So this appointee I'm appointing is a businessman who does business in the city of Westminster.
Right now, sorry, we just have to move
Okay.
the item first, and
Go
then
ahead.
we can do that later.
Thank you.
So,
So with that said, I'll go ahead and call roll.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
yes,
Motion carried.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
And as I understand, that would be item 7.3?
Yes.
It will. It will go under committees and commissions.
Okay.
Okay.
thank you. Next is export communications. Do I have anything from the council? Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It was brought to staff's attention that there was a few errors in the resolutions associated with agenda item numbers 3.8 and 5.8. A late communication was distributed to the City Council on Monday and posted online as an amended agenda for public review. Staff requests that those amended versions of the resolutions be considered for approval tonight during your motions. In addition, staff received additional applications for agenda item numbers 7.1 and 7.2 following the post of the agenda. Such applications were provided as a late communication memo and provided to the public online and outside in our public review binder. Staff requests all applications be considered for tonight. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Next is City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the community. Happy holidays. So, excuse me. We first want to report that our 2023 our police explorers participated in the 2023 Explorer competition. So last month, they competed in a competition held in Rancho Santa Margarita. This two-day event consisted of 14 law enforcement scenarios where our explorers competed against other teams from around the region, and our team won a total of 7 awards in various categories. So big congratulations to our WPD explorers. To become a WPD Explorer, you must be between the ages of 14 and 21. So if you're interested in joining this phenomenal team, contact Officer Vo or Detective Figueroa, 714-548-3212. You can also go to the city website for more information about this program. It's a great way to get your feet wet into law enforcement and get an idea of some of the career opportunities that you can have in this field. So congratulations to our explorers. If you missed Santa last week, there's still a chance to see him pop up again this Saturday on December 16th. Santa will be popping up at Coronet Park from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m., and then Westminster Park from 1:30 to 3 p.m. It's your opportunity to enjoy photo ops with Santa, crafts, treats, and activities. This is a wonderful event that we started 2 years ago. It's been really popular, and we've tried to move to different parks around the city so that our community can learn more about what park amenities they have in their areas. So really excited. Come on out. It's a lot of fun. And the TEP Parade is also approaching. That will be held on Saturday, February 10th. Parade participant and sponsorship opportunities are now available. Participant applications are due no later than January 10th, so apply early to secure your spot. And gain widespread exposure for your business while supporting the TEP Parade by becoming a sponsor. Sponsorship packages are also available online, and all applications are available on the city's website. Now, if you have any questions, you can also call 714-895-2860. And then, of course, we always talk about our senior centers. Seniors, they love to party. So dance into the new year on Friday, January 12th from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Light refreshments will be served. Advance tickets are $5 and day of tickets are $7. It's a great deal for some live entertainment and fun. To purchase tickets, visit the Senior Center front desk or call 714-895-2878 for more information. And of course, if you've been coming around to our community services building, you've probably seen a few new faces, so we'd like to welcome them to our city staff. We have Heather Dodd, who is now our new senior center supervisor, and Lama Kadra, who's our new crossing guard, so welcome aboard. And just a reminder for everyone as well, beginning January 2nd after our holiday closure, City Hall will be opening 5 days a week. So our operating hours will be Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that affords an additional day. An additional day for you to be able to come in and take advantage of our city services. So again, that's happening after the new year. And of course, I just wanted to announce that yesterday our city held our annual employee breakfast. It's the one time a year that we all get to come together as an organization to celebrate each other, celebrate the holidays, and of course the things that we're all thankful for. We also celebrate milestones in employment here, and we had quite a few employees who celebrated from 5 years all the way up to our wonderful finance director who celebrated her 30 years with the city. So it's just a great testament to the commitment that our staff has for this community and the organization. So I want to just congratulate them as well. And with that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Thanks to City Manager for your detailed report. I don't know that you guys have a chance to attend Santa Ana Grove last weekend. I know that staff spent a lot of time. They did it very well. They put up the tents, and people there, and Santa was there. I feel for them if we don't have enough people to attend because they put out a lot of effort. So I encourage you from the report for the next few Santa on the Go event. Please take your chance to be there. At this point here, we will go into special presentations. And before we do that, I would like to take this moment to thank you, each and every one of you, to take your time to be here at this meeting. I know we are at the busiest time, but you take your time to be here with us. It tells us that you care for the city, you care for your caring residents. So on behalf of the City Council and city staff, I would like to thank you for your presence at this meeting. And with that, I'm delighted to announce that we have something different this year, and we have a very special visitor amidst us tonight. Santa Claus himself has taken the time from his busy schedule and come all the way from the North Pole to join us this evening and spread some holiday cheer in our community. So Santa, please come in. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Santa.
Merry Christmas.
This is spirit that we have for this year. So, so Santa. All right. So Santa, if I could, would you? So Santa, if you could, would you please come up here, take your way to the dais, and I would like to ask City Council, City Attorney, and City Manager to let her have a photo op with him. All right.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, it's good to see you again.
Push your chair back and then stand over here.
Yeah, very nice to meet you, how are you? Santa. I heard you make a really great Mrs. Claus.
Yes.
So come closer. Put your chair down, back, and then standing.
Oh yeah, it's nice up here. Woo!
Right, okay. All right.
Oh, I can get used to this.
Wait, you have to stand up.
Sorry, that was comfy.
All right. Closer. Thank you very much.
Do you want to turn off these ones? Is that better?
Everybody say Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Right, there we go.
All right, thank you. We have honorary chair for you. So would you please sit here with us?
Oh, yes.
You can also take over the meeting. You can sit in the mayor chairs if you want.
Mayor,
Whole meeting?
yeah, Mayor, do you tell him he's got to be with us the whole meeting?
So you know that Santa Claus represents the spirit of giving, compassion, and joy. And his presence here today is a reminder of the magic and the wonder that the holiday season brings. As we approach this festive time of the year, it is essential to remember the importance of the unity, kindness, and the power of the community. So may we embrace Santa's visit as an opportunity to reflect the values that make our city vibrant and compassionate. Let us remember the joy of giving and the importance of supporting one another, not just during this holiday season, but throughout the year. On behalf of the City Council, Santa, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you for gracing us with your presence. We are honored to have you here, and we hope that your presence will bring smiles to the face of both young and old alike. Once again, welcome Santa Claus, and thank you for joining us tonight. Let us come together as a community and make the city a council meeting a memorable one, filled with spirit and holiday season. Let's put our hands together and thank the Santa Claus. There are some special presentation tonight, and I wanted to take this time to thank a certain group of our city staff and the city committee So at this point here, I will go one by one, and I will invite Santa Claus as well as the City Council to come down and present the recognition. First, I would like to go with the community services and public works. I would like to take this moment to recognize the hard work of our community's services and recreation department and our public works department for their effort to bring joy to our community for this holiday season. You know that several events that you and I have a chance to attend just recently. I know there's a lot of effort, the fall festival and also the Christmas tree lighting. You can see a lot of people came out, and there were the two events bring the community together, and they were successful events. So I want to thank you specifically for them for the hard work that they put in. So as we close out 2023 and head into the new year, we want to thank all staff for your dedication to the community. On behalf of entire City Council, I am honored to present these certificate of appreciation to you. Along with that, I know that we have a Westminster Community Foundation, though we have just created or established, but I know that they put in a lot of works to get us to the fundraising for the TED event. So I would like to take this opportunity with the Santa Claus, with the City Council. We will recognize them tonight also. So with that, I'd like to ask our Santa Claus and City Council to come down to the podium with me, and I also would like to ask for community services and public works to come forward. Also, WCF Foundation, please come forward too. In recognition of your effort and dedication in hosting various holidays, events, and providing the safe places for enjoying the holiday season to the residents. So I would like to give this one to Santa Claus. So would you please present this certificate of recognition to community services and recreation?
I will. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And they are over here. Yes. Thank you. Okay, let's have the picture.
You guys want to move closer in?
Did I block you?
No, I think
No, you're good, you're good.
All right, thank you. Next at Public Works. You know that they do a lot of work for us. You know, they are everywhere. So this certificate of recognition presented to Public Works in recognition of your dedication in collaborating with community services and recreation to host various holiday events and providing the safe places for enjoying the holiday season to the residents. and it's signed by me and all the council members. So here again, please. They are behind you, right next to you.
Public Works, fine-looking group, I tell you.
All right.
There you are.
All right.
Thank you for everything you do. Fine young gentlemen. It's all right. Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho.
Thank you, guys.
All right, picture time. All right, thanks. Next is for the Westminster Community Foundation. Again, in recognition of your effort and dedication in supporting and promoting the community projects, in preparing for the 2024 Tet Parade fundraising gala. So here they are.
Santa Claus appreciates your support, so does the city. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Whoop.
So ladies and gentlemen, so they deserve a big hand, right? So put their hand together. Thank you so much. Thank you, Santa Claus, for coming to the meeting. Thank you so much. All right, thank you everyone. Thank you. Again, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to recognize American Family Housing. I know that they've been with us, and I and Council Member West was at the event that they have the grand opening. So the American Family Housing Group recently had a switch on event to highlight the recent solar project completion of Locust. This will help reduce operating costs and help tenants save money in their utilities. Please join me in recognizing them for their successful event. Put their hands together. I will invite them to come up later. And we also have, I guess we can do this one later. So why don't we, Council, can you join me at the podium? And I would like to invite the American Family Housing representative to come up to the podium.
Oh, again?
So this is a certificate of recognition presented to American Family Housing in celebration of your switching on ceremony and in recognition of your dedication in providing affordable housing and support to low-income families. And this is dated on the 13th day of December 23rd and signed by me and all the council members here. So congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Board of Directors of American Family Housing, I just want to express our gratitude for our decades of working with the City of Westminster to address housing and homelessness issues. This is for one of our supportive housing communities where 12 households will now have their utility bills reduced with the solar panel installation. So we just really appreciate our partnership with the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I didn't know we were going to follow Santa.
Merry Christmas.
Next, we also have a special presentation from Midway City Sanitary District. I would like to invite Director Ashley Davis from Midway City to present us the update of Midway City.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having me this evening. I wanted to just come in briefly and introduce myself and to you all and the community about Midway City Sanitary District. We are a special district here, located in Westminster. We began in Midway City. We started in 1939, so we are going to be coming up on our 85th anniversary celebration. We are very excited about that. We are a trash service and sewer for the community. So we are in charge of servicing all residential homes and informing the community about recycle laws and the proper way to dispose of trash. So we are here because there are lots of things coming up in the new year with organics recycling. SB 1383 is on its way, and we have been having the community sort trash for several years now with their black, blue, and green containers. However, the state is going to be forcing us to enforce people who aren't following those laws coming up for organic services. So we're here to let you all know that if anyone needs any assistance with understanding where their trash should go and the proper bins to be using, we are here. We are here to help. We don't want to cite residents. We want to inform and educate. So we are here for that. Also, we do things like bulky item pickups. If you are a resident and you need something picked up from your home, we can come pick up items from you for free. We have free mattress drop-off at our facility and oil. So give us a call. We are here. We do compost giveaways once a year, and we will do community cleanup events where you can bring as many bulky items as you can get in your truck or your van and dump them off for free at whatever location we have set up. So lots of events happening for us all throughout the year. A big one, we would like to invite the entire community to come out. Our open house is going to be actually the week before the Tet Parade on Saturday, February 3rd from 10 to 2. We will have food, music, entertainment, all free. We invite anyone and everyone from Westminster and Midway City to join us in this event. We are really excited to show off our building that's almost done being renovated, where all the magic happens to make everything work well for us. Sponsorship opportunities are going to be available very soon as well for organizations that would like to be a part of this event. So if you have any questions, I can be located at 714-893-3553. I also did in the lobby leave a few of these little mini trash cans that we like to give out. People like to use them as pen holders, candy holders. I put my business cards in them as well. So my business cards are on the table outside, as well as the little mini trash cans. If anyone has any questions, please call us anytime. We're here to help.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to mention that Midway City also serves the entire city of Westminster. So if you are a resident inside in the city of Westminster, you are being served by the Midway City. Again, thank you very much for
Mr.
coming
Mayor,
up.
can I ask how often?
Yes, please.
So how often, if, say, the resident want you to come to pick up the big bulky item, is it like once a month that they can call you or once a week?
Once every 30 days, we will take 2 items.
Okay, perfect. Good to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks again for coming out, taking your time to do this. Next is oral communication. And I just want to remind you that the oral communication for agendized item only. So at this time, I would like to ask City Clerk to read the instruction into the record, please.
Mayor, just to be confirmed, we're not receiving an update from the foundation tonight. We were just presenting it during the certificate.
From what?
The Community Foundation update?
We already presented
Okay.
to them, right? Oh, I'm sorry. We have to hear. Yes, I'm sorry. I missed that item. So I would like to invite representative from the Westminster Community Foundation to come up and present your updates. So thank you very much. Sorry I missed that. So,
Dominic?
Is Dominic here? Please come to the podium.
Hello. My name is Dominic Lê. We are here for the Westminster Community Foundation. We are here tonight to ask all the City Council and Mayor Charlie to support us in sale for the table or ticket to the gala that will take place on January 6th, Saturday. And this event will do a fundraising to support the Tate Parade's costs. And we are hoping by doing the fundraising here to earn some money and repay the city the $25,000 that the city upfront to us for the startup costs. And also on top of that, we hope that we would, make a lot more money than that and help the city to pay for the cost of the Tate Parades. And so I have asked the city staff to distribute a lot of flyers out there, and we will shortly hear that, walk door to door on the business on Bosa and Westminster to promote the event by posting those flyers and selling tickets. And so at this point, we would like to ask the city councilman to support us, maybe help us with the cost of one table and inviting guests and maybe,
I don't exclude. I don't exclude councilwoman too. Councilman, councilwoman.
Or the council.
Councilwoman is the one who get more money.
I understand that. I spoke individually to some of the council men and women. To ask for help, and hopefully, I would be answer and got at least one table sale.
Dominic, I just want to say I already asked a lot of people. So far, I have 3 people who want to get a table and bring their staff on. And then I'm very excited to appoint my appointee tonight to help you. Yes. He will bring way much more than I can. Yes.
So at least minimum of 3 tables you can sign up for. Okay, what about other council? Are we committed, each one of us, 1 table? I will for at least 2 tables.
2 tables? Thank you.
And more.
But you know what? Because we have been selling a lot of VIP and general table already. So most of the table that we have not sold is the super VIP. So I sure hope that one of all of the councilmen and women to help us with those tables.
You know what? I know I will be there for sure. I think instead of maybe commitment, maybe have the council later, if they're going to write a check, they can give to you guys afterward. Is that okay?
Definitely,
Just kind of
definitely.
awkward up front here, but yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
You want to add something? If you want to.
Honorable Mayor Tri Charlie Nguyen, City Council, and the resident of Westminster. Once again, my name is Julie Yip. It's an honor to serve. In the last 3 months, we've been doing a lot of events to promote what we're doing as a foundation, and we were able to meet a lot of our residents. I do want to give an update. We've been working hard in addition to selling the tickets to our gala. We're also working on getting sponsorship. So I would like to also report to the city and the residents that we are in the process of getting a $10,000 sponsorship for the Tet Parade. And so within a week or two, we should be getting a check. So we just want to say thank you so much for all your support. And for Carlos, thank you for recognizing our work and our leadership in the community. And I look forward to having your support at the gala too. Thank you very much.
Anything else from the council? If not, thank you very much. Thanks for coming to the meeting. Thank you for your updates. I apologize for recognizing you, but forgot of asking you for the updates. So now, are we for oral communication? Okay, we are at the point for oral communication. Once again, it is for oral communication for agendized item only. For those non-agenda items, we can wait until the end of the meeting. So please, City Clerk, why don't you read the instruction into the record?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker tonight is going to be Michael Varengia.
Thank you, Council. The first item I'd like to speak on is 3.3. I'm not here to support or oppose it. Mayor, you were absent the meeting that lady over there sitting there at District 1 tried to push onto the agenda after passing out flyers in Garden Grove stating that there was going to be this item on the previous meeting's agenda, and everybody needed to come down that was interested in it because it was going to be discussed and voted on. Well, lo and behold, there was only 4 members of the council here that meeting. You happened to be off. And it came as no surprise that it was 2 in favor, 2 oppose. The motion died. What bothered me about this is, 1, the attempt by her to gin up support so she could pat herself on the back again and say, look at me, look at what I'm doing. Instead of going through the proper procedure, there was no urgency to have that item on that particular agenda. It's on this one. That works. That's what you're supposed to do. And then to turn around and tell the audience, many of them members who had come in after they had read her flyers, and say that, well, the reason it didn't get on the agenda is because 2 people didn't vote for it. No, the reason it didn't get on the agenda and they opposed it is because there was no urgency in it. And I don't know whether you ever bothered to read the policies and procedures of this council. It's actually pretty good reading. You should try it sometime and you'd understand. Put it on the agenda like it's on this one. Don't come in here and grandstand again, trying to force it down other members' throats when they're not interested. And you can sit there and grin and smirk at me. I've had better people than you grin and smirk at me, okay? Doesn't bother me in the least. But unfortunately, you missed that one, Mayor. And like I said, I'm not here to support or oppose it because it has nothing to do with me. It's the flag of the former South Vietnam. And because we live in this city, there's obviously an awful lot of refugees here. They left not of their own free will. They got out before the communists could murder them. And I understand that. But somebody needs to teach her to read the policies and procedures of the council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Our next speaker is Chris McCarver.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chris McCarver. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to let you know that I'm honored to be here. It's been a pleasure to work with your staff in the discussions and negotiations of the agreements that we've been working on for the outdoor advertising displays on the city-owned property. We are ready to roll up our sleeves, start doing the hard work as it relates to permitting, construction, and generating revenue for the city. I'm here, sitting in the back of the room, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have as it relates to item 5.6. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Wow, 3 whole minutes to cover almost 30 agenda items. Ridiculous. I sent staff emails about items 31, 38, 56, 58, and 61, hence the late communications. You're welcome. Item 3.3, why November 8th, Amy? The fourth whereas is wrong per official sources. Fact, of the 9 million military personnel that served on active duty during the Vietnam era, 2.7 million served in Vietnam and 3.4 million served in support of the U.S. in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. So use a real fact. The city of Westminster cannot designate the flag, this flag, as the official flag of Vietnam, nor can the state of California or even Congress. This flag is already recognized as the Vietnamese freedom and heritage flag, and this proclamation cannot change that. Council, don't approve this item as is. Item 3.5, the populations listed are not from the 2020 census or Department of Finance estimates, so please cite sources. Per Government Code 365-16B, you could submit a proposed increase to the voters and let us decide if it's warranted. With this council, it would fail. You must demonstrate the need for an increase per 365-16G2. Regardless, hell no to $1,900 per month. The two of you that want it most are the two that deserve it the least. Please reference the attendance report card for Amy, Nam-Quan, and Charlie that I provided to you. Nam-Quan, you claim to donate your pay to charity. Where is the report on that? Item 5.1, for the love of God, do not appoint Amy as vice mayor or Nam-Quan for a second term. Item 5.3, interesting data, page 72, Beach and Magnolia do not intersect. 5.4, this year's 3-day fall festival was spectacular. Great to see costs fully offset by revenues other than event staffing. Congrats, everyone. Item 5.7, Townsend is a reputable firm that represents many Orange County cities in Washington and Sacramento with proven results. This report's verbiage sounds like staff is expecting the same bullshit accusations by certain council members as happened with the billboard RFP. Let staff do their job. Staff should revisit this contract periodically to ensure we don't end up paying forever with nothing to show for it, as was the case in the past. Staff should advise council how much savings are expected from terminating the current grant services contract and adjust the budget accordingly if council approves. Item 5.8 is refreshing to see the city leadership reach agreements with employee bargaining units just a few months after the previous MOUs expired as opposed to years later like in the past. Great job, everyone. Item 7.1, nothing against Con Nguyen, but he's been on this commission, the traffic commission, and the school board for 8 years already. Pam Gremling would be perfect for this seat with her vast experience working for the city's community services department. Item 7.2, it should not have taken over a year to create this ordinance-mandated committee. Will the same thing happen with the new tax measure if passed, or will the city consolidate the oversight of both measures into one committee? Appoint Tammy, Michael, Diana, Ruth, and Casey tonight so they can get to work immediately. And item 8, How many residents can stay until God knows when to talk about non-agenda topics with this packed agenda? Probably just me. Are you happy now? Thank you.
Something that I have to mention, I wasn't mentioned at the beginning, but I thought I don't need to, but I have to. We are welcome your input. You will welcome your opinions. But please use the language that we respect each other, because we have people following us from the Zoom, from the YouTube. And we don't want to, for young people to learn what is there. And I can see the young people that are nodding their heads. And I want to make sure that we are conducting the meeting with respect to each other. So please, I ask you, please, if you can refrain from the profanity, I would appreciate that. So next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kevin Burrell. Okay, our next speaker is Kai Dow.
Sorry about that. Just want to make a record of it, so if you can give me a minute, 30 seconds here. All right, I'd like to speak on item 5.1, appointing a new vice mayor, I hope. Well, but first I'd like to go back to the time when you guys first elected Nam Quang Nguyen as our vice mayor, Mr. Mayor. Why we opposed you and Councilwoman Amy Phan West appointed Nam Quang to be the vice mayor. It showed that you did not take your role seriously. You did not care about the city, the welfare of the city, or the citizens of the city. You would appoint someone who has zero experience, a limited credential, a despicable personal life record, and a condemnable social life, or what he does on YouTube. Yet, you and Councilwoman Amy still decided to vote for him to replace you to be our mayor in case you were incapacitated to fulfill your duties as our mayor, which, as I mentioned before, Nam Quang was not ready for it. So it showed that you care more about your power, your clout. That's why we call you the Gang of Three. You rather put someone on your team, your associate, like I said, has no experience, despicable person, a lowlife, a thug, who go on YouTube to spread lies, to defame women for the sake of getting views, so he can get sponsors, so he can make a living creating controversials, and now he's being sued. Like I said, I already many times warned our city attorney that he will be sued. So for the sake of our city, I hope you will vote with your conscience. Vote for someone who could be our vice mayor. And I'd like to...
Time's up, please. No more. Next speaker, please.
The city clerk, could you please serve Mr. Nam Quang?
I do not serve.
No, I don't think this is the time. This is the time for the agendized item only. If you want to, just wait until the non-agendized item. I don't think that we, at this point here, please. Please. No, not right now. If that is a serving.
Our next speaker is Mike Truong.
You on video?
Can I start now? Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chi. You talked about respectful. That's exactly what I want to say. I think that message is for Mr. Wang, number one. You remember I was here a few minutes ago. I just want the city. You need to stop his mouth, or the city or himself. We got sued. He got 2 lawsuits in the same time.
Excuse me, are you talking specifically to any item on the agenda?
Yeah, 5-1.
5-1.
Yes, point 1. So I was told today, the day you guys vote to vote for vice mayor, am I right? So I'm here to say that Nam Quang is not qualified. We have more good people than him. Like, we have great people him, accept him. He's not qualified. He's a terrible guy. He used YouTube to defend order. He used the vice mayor title to sell product, supplemental, medication, advertisement. He wear the suit all the time, but his mouth is open, his suit, you know what I mean? He talk dirty things on YouTube. He got lawsuit everywhere. And more comment, I asked the city to stop him or take away his power. Do not let him to use his advantage of vice mayor to advertise. We have more great people here. Why you vote for the guy who not qualified? The last 2 meetings, he did not show up. Why? Because he chicken. He don't want to vote for the sensitive item. The fund police, another item, he didn't show up. But the same day, he won live stream in the television, something like that, on the YouTube. God tell you, he's not a responsible person. He's not qualified. And he cheated to community. He cannot represent for the Westminster. He want to increase salary, but he don't want to do the work. He only the work is he use his vice mayor title to advertisement for another business. Defend women, defend the kid. Like Mr. Chi say, respectful, right? I love that. He did not respect anyone. He defend anyone he could. He defend your guy too on the YouTube. Carlos, he defend you. He defend you. He defend everybody here, except his partner. Now, if you're a real man, you need to step down. You're not qualified. Look my face. You cannot. You have to step down, Nam Quang. Let people else who qualify to work. Make the city better. Or you receive more lawsuits, more on the way. Right now, he have 2. More common. If you don't remove his title, city have more lawsuits. I'm telling you this. He skipped the fame order. I'm asking you guys today, you will vote to show you are good people by not support him. Remove him. Let somebody else give a chance. He have 1 year now. For a whole year, he did nothing right. Zero. Let's not a chance for Kimberly or Carla or whoever it is. Not him. I'm here to ask you guys today, I would like you to see your vote, to see you are good people by not voting for him. That's my thank you.
I want to make a statement. I noticed you talking about the resident. You were talking about there's lawsuit that Nam Quang vice mayor has caused to the city. We haven't have any lawsuit that's due to Nam Quang vice mayor. So. But you say 2. There haven't been.
Thank you very much.
We're not informed on that.
Briefly, thank you. No more, please. Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. First of all, I'd like to thank the city management, Christine and Adolfo, and the entire staff. Vanessa Johnson, been putting on some great events, very successful. following up from our summer events. So the holiday events have been pretty good so far, and it looks like they're doing a great job, so thank you. Regarding 5.1, for the love of God and everything that's right in the world, please nominate and appoint either Carlos Manzo or Kimberly Ho as the next vice mayor. What's happened all year, and a couple of times that Mr. Nguyen has had a chance, first time he totally chickened out, wasn't prepared. The last meeting, he let little munchkin over here go crazy on a resident, and that's another item that's really needs to be addressed also, is he need to stop this toxic behavior of certain council members. Mr. Nguyen's been a little tame lately, but this little psycho's been off the rails. The last meeting, and this is pertinent to the agenda because it is the meeting minutes, which in the past couple of meetings she's liked to clarify what she said. It really would really be nice if our city clerk had a transcript of her.
Oh, you're talking about any episode?
The meeting minutes, 3.1,
okay. Thank you.
Which happened on November 8th, that Amy Spam West accused a resident of theft, a theft of tax money, because she's utilizing her American God-given right to utilize the Freedom of Information Act to keep everybody in check. This resident, Terry Range, is more valuable to this city than you ever will. Smirk. At least you're looking at me, so that's a good thing. You're not completely disrespecting. So with that in mind, Mayor Nguyen, I would ask you to stop the policy that you started, and if your answer back to me is it's allowed, it's legal, the briefness of comments has not happened. Brief comments has been abused by Mr. Nguyen and Amy Fan West. Stop it. You have the ability to stop these banter back and forth, interrupting public comments. It's bad business. It's a bad look. It's just horrible for everything considered. You have the ability to do that. It's December. We've done this all year, and it's really hard to believe that you haven't seen the chaos that's been created by that policy. You have the ability to end that policy, and I urge you to do that and get some peace and tranquility in this room, because I guarantee you every single city staff member hates coming here.
Just want to let you know that I wasn't here last meeting, so I can't do anything that when I'm away. So next speaker, please.
Nguyen Hung.
I support the police fund. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I speak in Vietnamese, and Terry Rain will translate in English for me. Thank you very much. Tôi ký tên dưới đây là Nguyễn Hùng, cư trú tại Westminster, California 92683. Bữa nay tôi trân trọng yêu cầu Phó Thị trưởng Nam Quang Nguyễn hãy can đảm từ chức nghị viên thành phố Westminster vì ông đã vi phạm đạo đức nghề nghiệp khi nói dối hội đồng thành phố và thiếu trách nhiệm với cử tri về sự kiện mới xảy ra tuần trước. Tôi được biết thứ Tư ngày 6 tháng 12, hội đồng thành phố có một phiên họp đặc biệt vào lúc 2 giờ 30 chiều, nhưng ông đã trốn họp vào ngày thứ Ba mùng 5 tháng 12. Ông đã gọi điện thoại cáo bệnh và sẽ không đến tham dự phiên họp đặc biệt này. Tiếp đến ngày thứ Sáu mùng 8 tháng 12, ông cũng đã trốn phiên họp đặc biệt. Hiện nay tôi có bằng chứng một video đã được phát lên trên kênh Việt Media TV của ông Khải Đào cho thấy ông có mặt và tham gia một buổi văn nghệ được tổ chức vào tối thứ Ba ngày mùng 5 tháng 12. Với bằng chứng rõ ràng ông đã nói láo và lừa dối cử tri và hội đồng thành phố để trốn họp, khiến cho không có đủ tức số cần thiết là 4 phiếu đồng ý để thông qua quyết định theo thủ tục cần thiết và cấp bách để giải quyết vấn nạn khủng hoảng tài chính của thành phố. Tôi biết ông rất yếu kém về Anh ngữ, nhưng ông phải ý thức sự quan trọng của hai chữ special meeting.
Is that talking about 5.1 or what item that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ông biết sự quan trọng cần thiết để giải quyết việc chung của thành phố và cư dân. Tại sao ông lại trốn họp? Tôi và nhiều người khác không có nhiệm vụ và trách nhiệm, nhưng cảm thấy cử tri cũng có bổn phận phải tiếp tay cho thành phố. Những quyết định của thành phố đã có mặt, nhưng mà trừ ông ra. Vậy mà ông nỡ tâm coi thường chức vụ phó thị trưởng, nghị viên để đi du hí cho một cái sở thích cá nhân hay sao? Tôi không có mặt ngày hôm nay nếu ông thật sự bị bệnh hoặc khẩn cấp về sức khỏe. Những cử tri bầu cho ông lên làm nghị viên không phải là đi hát hò suốt đêm trong ngày ông cáo bệnh. Ông nên can đảm rửa sạch cái danh dự bằng cách từ chức, resign, vì ông đã vi phạm lời tuyên thệ khi nhậm chức. Lie under oath. Ông hiểu và đã khai man, còn được gọi là lời thề trước, và hành vi cố ý tuyên thệ sai đã làm sai lệch một lời khẳng định để nói lệch về sự thật, dù bằng lời nói hay bằng văn bản viên liên quan đến các vấn đề quan trọng đối với một thủ tục khởi diễn chính thức. Hãy đi làm ca sĩ thay vì làm nghị viên có thể thích hợp cho ông. Một dân biểu không trong sạch thì không đáng đại diện dân cử để làm bất cứ chuyện gì. Xin Thượng Đế ban ơn cho mọi người và sức khỏe để tiếp tục điều hành công việc tốt. Cảm ơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I respectfully request Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen to have the courage to resign from his position as Westminster City Councilman Vice Mayor because he violated professional ethics when speaking lying to the City Council and being irresponsible to voters about the events that happened last week. I know that on Wednesday, December 6th, the City Council had a special session at 2:30 p.m., but you skipped the meeting and excused on Tuesday, December 5th, that you were sick and you would not be able to attend this special session. Next, on Friday, December 8th, you also skipped that special session. Currently, I have evidence of a video broadcast by Viet Media TV channel, Mr. Kai Dao, showing that you were present and participated in a performance at a musical event that was held on that evening, Tuesday, December 5th. With clear evidence, you lied to deceive voters and the city to skip the meeting, causing the quorum of 4 yes votes to pass the decision according to necessary and urgent procedures to solve the city's financial crisis. I know you are very weak in English, but at least you must be aware of the importance of the word special meeting. You know how important it is to solve the common financial problems of this city and its residents. Why do you skip the meetings? Even though I and many others have no duties and responsibilities, but we presented, except you and Amy Van West, yet you do you have the heart to disregard the position of deputy mayor, councilman, to enjoy for personal pleasure? I wouldn't be here today if you were really sick or had a health emergency, but the voters who elected you as a member of the council board, not a singer, to participate all night long on the day you called in sick. You should have had the courage to clear your name by resigning because you violated your oath of office. You understand, and the term has made perjury, also known as forswearing, is the intentional act of swearing a false oath or falsifying an affirmation to tell the truth, whether spoken or in writing, concerning matters material to an official proceeding. You should resign council to become a singer. That might be more suitable for you. An elected official who is not clean is not worthy of representing the residents to do anything. May God give everyone grace and health to continue operating well. No to Vice Mayor being Vice Mayor for this next term. Vice Mayor Nam Quang should be removed from that office. Thank you.
Before you call the next speaker, I would like to remind for those who are videotape or whatever, you need to be in the back because we have a policy that for those who are recording, we have to reserve seat for you in the back. Okay. We have the policy that we have to follow. I have to enforce it or else it's going to be all over. So please, I ask you to follow the policy that we have. I missed from the beginning, but at this time, I ask you to do so. So next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is the representative from the Vietnamese American Concern Group.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Menzo, Council Member Ho, and Council Member Amy West. I hope that tonight I'll bring something in light of something that we would all want to hear, what's the economic growth in the city. So let me introduce myself. My name is Smithy Liu. I'm the head of the Vietnamese American Concern Group. And I'd like to thank you for giving me this time to share with you my hope for the future economic growth of the city. I understand that tonight you will be voting on an important item called the Vietnam Flag Proclamation. And I hope that with your unanimous approval of that item, it will bring us closer to the best days that we're all looking for the city, for the U.S., and of course for Vietnam. I believe that the best days of the city have yet to come. I'm sorry. Sorry for the interruption. I forgot to turn it off. But anyway, with the vote yes for that item tonight, I think that you will help bring those best days closer to what we want for the city and for the U.S. and for Vietnam, of course. And in the coming weeks, our organization will be working with the Office of Councilwoman Amy Phan West to lay out the foundation for the to turn the city into a financial hub to support the $1.2 trillion market that we methodically introduced at various levels of government, from the federal on down to the local level. And in closing, I would like to say thank you in advance for your thoughtful consideration of this item. And I would like to specifically thank Councilwoman West for having the courage and the forward-thinking vision and the dedication that she has demonstrated by introducing this proclamation to the City Council. You have a good evening. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Pam Grumling.
Hi, I'm Pam Grumling. I've lived here since 1981. I do have just something I noticed online, that's why I'm here tonight, is so I'm seeing that the council wants a raise, and you're also asking for a half-cent tax increase. So when you're not here at a meeting, do you still get paid, or do you have, if you only get paid for the meetings you're at, that you're servicing, is that correct? Okay, I wasn't sure, so I just wanted to ask that, clarify that. Also, well, I guess I don't know if I can talk now about the mall. Am I allowed to talk about that now, or is that at the end?
At the end.
Okay, so I just wanted to know about the tax that you guys are, the raises you were asking for. So, okay, that's what I wanted to ask, and I'll be back later.
I'm sorry. For the mall, is it the one that's on the agenda?
I don't know, because I just looked at it today. So I was just curious. What is it on the mall? What does it say?
There's a recovery component that's about the mall, but it's very specific. I don't know what your question.
Probably not.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. That is all we have for agenda items.
All right. Again, I want to thank you for taking the time to be here and express your opinions. I just want to remind everyone, we respect your right. You respect your First Amendment right. You can say, you can speak your mind, but I want to warn everybody, you have the right to speak your mind, but the truth or not is up to you to find out. Because nothing, I just wanted to leave it as is. Next, I want to move on to consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. With that, I would like to pull item 3.3. Any others from any council?
I
I want to, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, 3.3 and 3.6 to look at.
3.6, okay. Any others? Hearing none, so do I have a motion to approve the rest of the item except for point 3.3 and 3.6?
Motion to approve.
Second. Go ahead, roll call vote for the rest of the items.
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the consent calendar with the exemption of 3.3 and 3.6, which will be pulled for a separate discussion. And for the record, we will go ahead and also be using the attachments to your late communications for item 3.8 for that resolution along with your motion. All right.
Yes.
Roll call vote,
Yes.
please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and call a roll call vote. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So 3.3, approval of proclamations. Proclamation Vietnam Flag Reaffirmation Day, November 8, 2023. So Councilmember West.
Thank you so much. Basically, this is very important regarding the proclamation that I'm about to introduce to the council that will set the stage for the future city for many years to come. It bears the future of the city as the all-American city. On February 4th, 1950, the records show in the U.S. government official recognizing Vietnamese independence, in which the flag consists of 3 red stripes upon the field of gold, was the official national flag of Vietnam and of the people of Vietnam. Since then, the United States government has no other official record in this same regard to date. So today, I look forward to, sending this proclamation to the Vietnamese Concerned Group, who you have heard from Smitty Liu, and he will be here to recognize that. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to ask the Vice Mayor because you second the item, if you have anything to add.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason that I second Council members Fan West item is I find the resolution is very important to the Vietnamese people here. But I would like to support her. But the thing is, when I read through the proclamation, there's one thing that that raises concerns. Is there's a clause that say that we're going to recognize the yellow flag with 3 red stripes as an official flag of Vietnam, which is not right. I believe that the flags that we recognize is the flag of the heritage flag of the Vietnamese people here. With that, I would like to propose one change to that thing, which is we going to change that clause to be the heritage flag of the Vietnamese people here. So if you...
Yes, please.
Yes.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that was actually going to be my comment, Vice Mayor. So thank you for making that a comment. I recognize that the Congressmember Michelle Steele and Congressmember Lou Correa have a resolution before the House on this very topic. For one, I wish that maybe we wait until theirs gets through before we do ours. And if that was not, council does not choose to wait for them, because it's kind of like stealing, grandstanding and stealing their thunder. They're the ones they're trying to do this, and they visited our city not too long ago with the ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Vietnam, a while back ago, and they mentioned to us that this is what they were doing, and I think it would be just respectful if we do not try to, step on their toes and grandstanding. And then if and when this proclamation does come before us, that it reflect exactly what this Congress member's resolution is, which is what the Vice Mayor just stated, that we cannot choose another country's flag for them. We need to recognize that this is a heritage flag for the Vietnamese Americans here in America. So that's only proper and correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Do you mind if I get Smithy to come up so he can answer that question quick?
Who is that?
Smithy Liu, answer that question quick because he will be more informed because he's working with Michelle Steele.
Okay, please.
Yeah, Mr. Smithy Liu?
I mean, I don't know if that pertains to what we're talking about. This is a discussion between us, isn't it?
Well, he is helping with Michelle Steele. We're working with Councilwoman Michelle Steele on this issue.
Well, I think that I understand that he represent Michelle Steele's office, but then right now we are discussing the item. I think that we need to discuss among ourselves first. If need to, then we will go to that. But now I want to go back to you to see if you have any response for suggestion from Vice Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor, let me read the proclamation to be clear. Basically, on here it says, whereas the United States officially recognized the flag representing the people of Vietnam on February 4th, 1950. And whereas the flag is described as a 3 red stripe upon a field of gold. And whereas more than 58,000 American servicemen and women in the Army force sacrificed their lives for the flag of Vietnam as the country on behalf of the United States. Whereas more than 4 million American personnel were involved in the 20-year-long conflict. And whereas the men and women who fought in this war are honored and remembered as our Vietnam veterans. And whereas nearly 250,000 Vietnamese soldiers sacrificed their lives for freedom in Vietnam. Whereas the Vietnam Service Medal was created by President Lyndon B. Johnson and is read, "We will never forget." Whereas the Vietnamese American resident in the city and throughout the United States strongly expressed long yearning, wishing for the flag to be regarded as the official flag of Vietnam. Now, therefore, the city of Westminster and the council recognize this flag, affirm this flag. So the thing is that it is the only flag that's recognized in the government, our Congress and the United States is this red stripe and yellow. That's the only flag that was named and mentioned that was the Vietnamese flag and recognized since President Lyndon B. Johnson. And it's in the government, in Congress. If you guys want to go look at it, you can see it. So that's what we're taking from that document, put it in here, and that's what we're doing.
So any response to that? Is there any motion to, what about Vice Mayor? Are you okay with that? Or Councilmember West, do you want to make a motion to that?
I motion to approve the proclamation as is.
Is there any second to that?
Councilmember Phan West, I with all due respect, I think that when the government, the Vietnamese government back then, they go to the United States to have a conference, they hang, whether we like it or not, they hang the yellow flag with the yellow star.
Red. Red with
yeah, at that United Nations conference. So it's been recognized since the fall of Saigon. Whether we accept it or not, that's the flag of the Vietnamese government, back home, unless something changed. So I think if we, as a city of Westminster, we approve this proclamation with that clause, I don't feel easy at all because it's not the official flag of Vietnam. It's, to me, it is the flag, the heritage flag of the Vietnamese American people here. So, yeah, as I said, we want to respect if you strike that that clause, and then I will gladly, second you on that.
Yeah, I understand that you see it more as a heritage, but if you think about it, it is the flag that's only, what I'm saying is that we're taking from the government document that says basically just that this flag was recognized as the official flag of Vietnam. That's it.
Okay, so second.
In February of, back then, basically. So we're not talking about now. It's February 4th, 1950.
So we're not talking about a heritage flag, which I know there was a resolution 20 years ago, and the city of Westminster adopted, and the resolution is 3750 that recognized the yellow with the 3 red stripe is the representative for the Vietnamese people of Vietnamese community here in the city of Westminster. It already passed. At this point here, you asked to have to reaffirm for the flag in Vietnam, and it seemed like even it is second by. It was seconded by the vice mayor, but vice mayor asked to have this revised, and you don't want to revise your motion. So this, you want to move at this, and I don't disrespect that, but I want to ask, is there a second to that?
You know what? I want to mention that Michelle Steele's office is also holding back the recognition as a heritage as well. So she's not recognizing it. She's not mentioning it as a heritage.
It's on the resolution.
Well, they're working on it to change it to the original as in 1950.
Well, is that the case? Then we have to
Yeah.
wait until for them to change it, and then we can move on. At this point here, I think that we have enough discussion. I let you both have the chance to talk about it. I want to ask if you have any further on that, and we are. I call for questions.
I'll second that.
So we have a call for questions.
We don't need to. There's
Well,
no
no,
second.
there's no
second.
motion.
There's no second.
That's the motion.
There's no
Okay.
second.
Well, okay, I understand. I was thinking of call for questions so that we no longer discuss about it. But
Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes,
say
please.
something?
Please.
Councilwoman Phan West, I think because originally we want to support this proclamation because we want to support Congresswoman Michelle Steele on her thing. So right now she's working on her stuff, and we don't know exactly what's going on there, what exactly clauses that she put on the paper. So how can we come up with what we have here?
Well, I understand
So
the
can we wait
concern.
until that?
That's why I
until
think it's
then?
important for you to hear from Smithy Liu, if you can give him just a minute to answer that question, that concern.
Yeah.
I guess we don't need to. At this point here, I don't see the second to your motion. So
Are you willing
Mayor,
to,
if that's the case, then
modify
yes.
your...
Mayor, can I make a motion?
Please.
I would like to make a motion to table this item into the Congress members, whatever they hash out, and then we can come back, bring it back, and discuss it then. So I want to table this. My motion is to table this item.
Is there a second to that? Okay, the motion fell. I want to make a motion to this. My motion is to take no action at this time.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, the motion to take no action for proclamation for the flag. So We have second and on the floor, so go
So
ahead. Roll call.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monzo to take no action on agenda item number 3.3. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
I abstain.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
It's a yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
All right, motion carried.
All right, thank you. Next item is 3.6, and it was pulled by Councilmember West, so your turn. You recognize.
So I guess if staff can go through and discuss that 3.5 a little bit, that'd be great. Just Couple City locally, and what is, you know, the status with that bill. And I guess the city manager, city attorney can give us more information on that.
3.6?
It's 3.5, right?
Oh, no, it's the
Yeah.
3.6.
You asking for
We pulled
3.6.
3.6, which is
Oh,
the
did I say 3.5 or 3.6?
3.6.
Oh, sorry, it's 3.5, the compensation.
Okay, so we go back to,
How do we do that? Because we
how are we gonna
already
do
passed
this?
it.
We approved it before.
Yes, so
thought
this
so.
item's already been approved with the original consent calendar. We pulled 3.6.
Okay, then I have no question on that one. I meant to say 3.5.
So
it's okay.
3.6, if I have a motion, a second on that.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve agenda item number 3.6, which is approve the annual measure M2 expenditure report for fiscal year 2022-2023, and adopt a resolution entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, concerning the M2 expenditure report for the City of Westminster for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. Next, we are moving into, sorry about that. 5.1, appointment of the vice mayor. Appointment of a vice mayor for one-year term. So at this point here, I would like to open up for the council nomination for the vice mayor for one-year term.
Okay.
If I hear anything.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something?
Yes.
It's been a year, and it's my honor that the council member elected me as a vice mayor, and I am very honored about that. And it's time for other people, other council members to step up to take this position. So I would like to make a nomination. I would like to nominate Councilwoman Fan West to be our next vice mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, I just want to, I'm honored, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, to nominate me, but I want to decline on this nomination. I believe it is a very important position, and is second important to the mayor position, and I know if I was elected, I will do wholeheartedly, but at this moment, I resign from that nomination, and I know that my colleagues here, they do want that nomination, so I'm going to give you guys option to vote for them.
Okay, I have not got any nomination yet, so I'm asking for any nomination.
Well, in that case, I mean, I've always been a believer of everybody should take a turn. It's only right. So at this point, I'll nominate Councilmember Kimberly Ho.
Councilmember who?
Kimberly Ho.
Kimberly Ho.
Thank you, Councilmember Manzo, and I
I'm very honored. I give it a second. Thank you so much.
We don't need a second, but we appreciate for your second. Is there any other nomination before I close up on that?
You know what? I want to nominate Mr. Vice Mayor Nam Quang. I mean, I think he's done a good job. And, you know, for the last council meeting when the mayor wasn't here, he hold his ground. He was allowed for us to orderly and get it done, and we left the dais early as how business should be conducting, not like 2 a.m. in the morning. But actually, we left a couple times at 9:30 versus 2 a.m., and I think that is a success, and that's respectful to our staff for them to work the next day. So I think that guarantee a success. So I motion to nominate Vice Mayor Nam Quang again.
Thank you, Councilwoman Francis.
At this point here, once again, is there any other nomination? Hearing none, so we will proceed with that. With our procedures, whoever got nominated first, then we will vote first on that person. And I believe that there is a nomination from Councilmember Menzo for Councilmember Kimberly Ho for Vice Mayor.
And
before we vote on that, before we proceed with the voting,
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify too that you, as you're doing, take it in order. If a majority is received on the first vote, then you stop there.
Right. I just want to take this moment to okay, well, I guess I will reserve that for later. So at this point where we are going to vote for Councilmember Kimberly Ho as a Vice Mayor. So why don't we proceed with Councilmember West? Your vote.
Mayor, I do need to get a second.
No, there's no second for nomination.
Yeah, nominations, you don't do
I'm not doing a
seconds.
motion.
You open it for nominations, you take nominations, you close, and then you vote in order of the nominations until the majority is received.
Thank you. So Councilmember West. We are voting for Councilwoman Kimberly Ho as a Vice Mayor for the 1-year term.
I abstain.
Okay, next, Councilmember Menzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Okay, for me, I would like to take this moment to thank Vice Mayor Nguyen for his service, for his dedication, for what he did for the city of Westminster last year. I know it's not an easy job, and whoever in this role, and they have to complete their duties. And I know that Vice Mayor Nguyen speak at the beginning, he wanted to thank the council for their support, and he doesn't mind to give that to another person to take the roles, and I think that it's a right thing to do. I appreciate that he look out for the council, and we can rotate around so that we can change and we can work together to help the city. And with that, I vote yes to nominate the city for because can you specify the result?
So for the nomination of Councilmember Ho for Vice Mayor, we have 3 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
Because the appointment is passed for the first one, then we don't have to proceed with the second one. But I want, again, I want to thank you to Vice Mayor Nguyen, and now, starting now, Vice Mayor Kimberly Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Clerk, please notice of that when you call for a vote. Starting now, Vice Mayor is Kimberly Hall. All right, moving on to 5.2, presentation by Orange County Transportation Authority for the I-405 freeway improvement projects. I would like to ask the representative to present us with the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a joint presentation between OCTA and the City of Westminster. It's my honor to present with Jeff Mills, who's the project manager for the 405 improvement project. A little bit of background. We've been working on this project continuously for 19 years now. And we've come a very long way. And I personally have been a part of that journey from my first day on the job, ironically. It was my first day on the job when I attended the first outreach meeting for this project. And just recently, 2 Fridays ago, the freeway opened, all the bridges are open, and we're well on our way to completing the project. I'm going to start off briefly. We can go to the PowerPoint. It's been an honor to work with OCTA and Caltrans. This is the largest infrastructure project in the state of California. I'll let Jeff brag about it a little bit more since he is the project manager. He's going to introduce his team as well in just a few minutes. One of the things that happened when we first initiated the project was that the City of Westminster made a commitment to the council at the time and to the community members that we would work to bring as many improvements as possible to the City of Westminster. It is a freeway project, but we understood that the impacts of the freeway project would be felt outside of the freeway boundaries. Excuse me. So with this type of a project, this is a mega project. It brings a lot of opportunities to local agencies, and it did to the City of Westminster. We worked with OCTA collaboratively from the very beginning to establish goals and expectations from the city's perspective. A lot of it was focused on transportation improvements, roadway widenings. Some of the bridges were not widened to the master plan of arterial highways ultimate build out. So we wanted to capitalize on this big project. Some of the project was going to touch one quadrant, one corner of our traffic signals. So we wanted to make sure that these signals that were close to 60 years old now were actually replaced in whole. We've worked collaboratively on interchange and ramp configurations. We had roadways that essentially went from 3 lanes to 2 lanes as it approached the freeway bridge, which were the merged lane reconfigurations. And that was something that was brought to us not only by our traffic engineering division, but also by our police department, because they were responding to a lot of traffic collisions when there are lane drops, is what we call them out there in our infrastructure. And then obviously there was missing infrastructure, outdated infrastructure. These are the things we focused on. Water line relocations was a big one. About $10 million worth of water line relocations were provided by this project. So these are Westminster water lines that were replaced that reside within the freeway bridges. And then another one that was a huge victory for a lot of our communities along the corridor was new and replaced sound walls. A lot of these things were not a part of the original project scope, but like I said, OCTA was a very willing partner in supporting all of the communities along the corridor, not just Westminster, but we are the most impacted city along the corridor, along with Fountain Valley, followed by the cities of Seal Beach and Costa Mesa as well, who were touched by the project. We discovered opportunities to improve a park, which is something you usually don't hear on a project like this. We actually gained park space as a result of the project, which is kind of counterintuitive to a freeway widening. And then we actually acquired a park that was Caltrans property. We actually purchased the property, the underlying property from Caltrans, and then we're able to now establish and maintain the park. It was on an easement. Now it's a permanent city park moving forward. The magnitude of the project, I think, is something that a lot of the people in the rest of the county that didn't live through it aren't aware of. I had the honor and privilege of being out there at what we would call bridge demolitions. I was out there with the previous council. We stopped demolishing bridges when the new council members came on board, but I know you guys have shown a lot of interest as well in the freeway project. So I do appreciate the council going out there. Jeff was out there to meet me one time, and other times staff members from OCTA. This is a typical bridge demolition, happened in the middle of the night over 2 weekends. And when this happens, the freeway gets shut down. All of that traffic is fed into our local streets. Our police department are working extra hard in the middle of the night to get to 911 calls while also managing a lot of the new traffic that typically wouldn't be there. This is another nighttime photo of a demo, and then a daytime photo. The next morning, the freeway opens up, and motorists, encounter half a bridge missing. And that's just the way that the construction staging went along during the duration of the project. This is a ramp location here to the left. As you can see, there are churches, there are homes. All of these were partners in this, and I do want to applaud OCTA Outreach for doing an amazing job through their social media campaign. And also, we returned thousands of phone calls over the 18 years that I worked on the project. OCTA, I know, returned more phone calls, and a lot of those phone calls were to our residents, and they kept us in the loop on all of the issues and the resolutions to concerns along the corridor. I want to focus a little bit on this picture. This is our water department. This is a freeway conflict. There was a damaged water line there on the left, which happens with every project. There's some infrastructure that's discovered that wasn't supposed to be there that is discovered. So this is our water department. On the left picture there, that's near the mall. I took this picture, came to a council meeting, went back out there in the middle of the night, and they were still there. So our staff have the knowledge of our own infrastructure better than any contractor you can ever hire. So we work collaboratively with OCTA and the contractor. We jumped in literally to fix whatever issues arose. That on the right, same crew, middle of the night, over by the In-N-Out off of Willow in Westminster, another incident that they needed to go and provide assistance to. So in addition to the engineering staff, in addition to the police department and our water department, public works department, the finance department processes all the reimbursements. Our legal team at Jones and Mayer sat in on a lot of a great deal of meetings related to the project. Our planners were a part of it. It really touched every part of the city, and during the duration of the project, that Jeff will get into in a little bit, we had an extra job, which was to support the project. And I'm really proud of the city. Obviously, with the support of our council and the previous councils, your support for the project never wavered, so thank you very much for that. And like I said, brand new sound walls, brand new infrastructure to the community. $25 million plus worth of infrastructure to Westminster, just outside the freeway boundaries, and about $3 million worth of staff charges. That means that every time I went to a meeting, I logged it, our finance department documented it, and ultimately OCTA paid us back for the hours that we spent on the project. So again, thank you to OCTA, and at this point, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Jeff Mills, who's the project manager for the 405 Improvement Project.
Thank you, Adolfo, and good evening, Mayor, council members. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Again, my name is Jeff Mills with the Orange County Transportation Authority, and I'm the project manager for the I-405 Improvement Project. Also here tonight from OCTA is Lance Larson, our Executive Director for Government Relations, Dennis Mack, our OCTA project manager that works with me on a day-to-day basis, and Logan Selleck from our public outreach team. So I wanted to start with just a little bit of background shown on this slide. The project limits are from State Route 73 in Costa Mesa up to I-605 in the city of Seal Beach, a length of approximately 16 miles, and as shown on the right, one regular general purpose lane was added in each direction, and that's shown in yellow, and then an additional lane was added in each direction that combined with the existing carpool lane to create dual express lanes, and that's depicted in green. The overall cost of this project was just over $2 billion. This slide provides some additional background, but the key piece, as Adolfo mentioned earlier, is that all lanes were opened on December 1st. So just about a week and a half ago, we opened all the lanes, and that includes the 2 new regular freeway lanes, the new 405 express lanes, and all of the ramp and local street lanes on the local streets that were improved as part of the project. I did want to mention that some miscellaneous construction activities will continue, such as landscaping, into the first half of next year as well. As Adolfo mentioned, OCTA and the city have been engaged and working collaboratively on this project for a very long time. I've been working on the project 10 years. Adolfo doubles that at 20 years, so he beats me on that. But it's been a great collaboration. Your city staff, I wanted to note, has been outstanding to work with, very responsive, and very much team players as far as moving things forward to the benefit of the commuters out there, the residents, and your businesses as well. Through our cooperative agreement, as Adolfo also mentioned, we are reimbursing for city staff time, so I think that's helpful as well. And then really a lot of the things that the city helped us with related to the local streets and the traffic management. When we did demolish some of those bridges and reroute and detour traffic, the city staff really helped us come up with the right detours that would minimize impacts to your community during that construction. And through our utility agreements, the OCTA was able to pay for some of those very old water lines that were able to be brand new water lines at the end of construction. So we were excited about that. And then, of course, keeping your emergency service providers and the school districts abreast of everything along the way was very important as well. But I just wanted to really note that partnership between the city and OCTA, and a stellar job from the city council all the way down, filtering all the way through all of your staff members was great. Here's a couple of photos. The one on the left was where we had most of the council on a tour of the new Newland Bridge right before it opened earlier this year. And then, as Adolfo also mentioned, on December 1st, we had a dedication event the day that we opened all the lanes. And again, we had most of the council out there, and that's the photo on the right. So thank you for that partnership all the way through the project. This is a graphic that shows all of the bridges that were replaced on the project, and there's so many of them. As mentioned, there were quite a few in the city of Westminster, and that was very impactful, and the patience of your residents and businesses was much appreciated. Coming with impacts are also the benefits that I'm excited to talk about as well. I've talked about them for a long time, but now we're starting to realize them now that we're through some of the construction activities. So this green reflects all of the bridges are now complete and open to traffic. And this next slide really focuses on some of those benefits. As Adolfo mentioned at the beginning, all of the bridges were widened to their ultimate width, essentially. So in my experience traveling around Southern California, you're on a local street and you approach a freeway. That bridge was probably built 60 years ago, and it tends to bottleneck down as you go over the freeway and then widen back out. So we were able to eliminate those bottlenecks in a lot of cases. Excuse me. And the other big benefit on the local streets was obviously it helps vehicular traffic, but we were very focused on active transportation modes as well. Pedestrian and bicyclists are becoming more and more part of the traveling public. Before we started construction, you can see on this slide, but I'll just explain it a little bit better. There were sidewalks typically on one side and not both sides. When we were done, we put them on both sides of the bridge. So it helps access from one side of the freeway to the other. Same with bike lanes. There really were very few bike lanes before we started, or rooms for bikes to travel over a bridge. All of the new bridges have room for bike lanes on both sides, so a little extra room on the outside to allow that. And so that was a big benefit that we were excited about. Moving forward. Also some additional lanes on the bridges at Bolsa Chica, Golden West, Bolsa, McFadden, Newland, and Magnolia that will help alleviate some of that congestion as you approach the freeway. Adolfo mentioned some of the bridge demolitions. I'm excited to share also some of the completed bridges. These were, the next couple slides reflect some of those. This is at the Newland Street Bridge that was completed in September. The next slide is a slide that shows both Golden West and Bolsa. And those bridges were completed this year as well. And you can also see the improved freeway in this shot as well. And then the last kind of photos that I have, I believe, almost all, is at the Springdale Bridge, which was also open to traffic in September. And again, we got a lot of inquiries about when's the bridge going to be open, and a lot of patience by the community out there. And we're very excited now to have all those bridges open. And if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to touch on some of the landscaping and hardscaping that is going on now and will continue through the spring of next year. This is at Beach Boulevard, but it shows some of the efforts that are underway to make the areas, particularly at the on and off ramps, a little more appealing and aesthetically pleasing and so forth. So I will move forward and touch on the 405 express lanes, which was one part of the project. So a couple of key things to use the express lanes. You need an account and a transponder. And we have at the end how to contact us. One of those is 405expresslanes.com, which you can go to. There's also information you can call, walk in, or go to the website if you want to open an account and or get a transponder. If you already have a transponder from any other agency in California, that works fine. You don't have to, start over. There's a requirement in California that if you have one here, it works on the Bay Bridge and vice versa. So that's an important point. And then we also offer certain discounts. If you could go to the next slide, please. If you are a two-person carpool, you can travel for free in the express lanes during non-peak hours. And if you are a three-person carpool, you can travel in the express lanes for free at all times. Also, it is free for those with a designated veterans license, a disabled person's license, or for motorcycles. And lastly, if you drive an electric vehicle, you are afforded a 15% discount as well. So those are some of the opportunities if you choose to use the express lanes. What we focus on is that there were regular lanes and express lanes added. What we've seen is the overall congestion on the freeway, no matter which lane you're in, is considerably better since if you compare it to prior to construction. So we're excited, obviously, that was the intent, and we're seeing some of those benefits come around. I also wanted to mention at the northwest quadrant of the 405 in Magnolia, there was a property there. It had a sit and sleep in it and two other businesses. And during construction, the access was challenging. And we ended up taking over, OCTA ended up taking over that airspace lease. And we are in the process of refurbishing that building in concert with the city staff. And in the first quarter of 2024, we do anticipate releasing those 3 spaces and getting that building back with tenants in it. So we're excited about that as well.
If I could say something on that, Jeff. I participated in many conversations, engineering discussions on this particular site. And I can tell you it was a challenge for them to build the freeway around this site. Easiest thing would have been for them to just to condemn the building and just essentially call it a day. I can tell you there's been a lot of effort that's been put into keeping these businesses. There's no one there now, but the building is being improved. So back to the promise delivered by OCTA, we talked about if you're going to touch a building and you're going to end up removing a portion of the facade, then you need to kind of put some work into the entire building so that it doesn't look like someone just came by here and chopped a part of it off, right? So this is a really exciting illustrations of what the inside looks. I had not seen the inside, and as you can see, the outside is restored. So we're excited to be able to get some businesses back into the city. Compared to the number of businesses that were projected to be impacted, is minimal, really. This is the site that was of concern to ours, and as you can see, they're coming right back. So thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Adolfo.
Can I ask a quick question on this point, on that previous slide? What about the property that's at Golden West and Bolsa, where's the old Big Five? What's the status?
Can you go back to the Golden West Bolsa slide? Yes, there is a property right here on the kind of upper left at the corner of this intersection. So that property, we entered into an agreement with the previous owner who was ready to get out of the business. And so he wanted to essentially sell it to us, which we agreed to because, again, access was challenging in this particular property. And so we have been utilizing it as a construction field office since. And we just started the excess land process. And a letter came to the city among many others. And your city attorney probably knows a little more about it than I do, but there's a very strict process for excess land that goes through, and public agencies have kind of first right to take a look at it and express their interest. So that letter was sent to the city, and I would encourage you to let us know if there is an interest in that property from the city.
So we're currently working with our housing department to consider some options for that site.
And another question is, what is there going to be? So I noticed how the bridges that were raised, the whole streets were raised, which in turn made that property seem like it's extremely lower than it was before. What's going to happen to that? Is it going to be raised back, or is it going to be demoed?
So what we anticipate, council member, is that our intent is to sell the property because we're not really in the business, OCTA is not really in the business of developing a property. But what we would anticipate is that the buyer of that property raised the pad so that it's closer to at grade with the surrounding two streets is what we would expect.
Okay,
I'm glad you brought this up because it is important, and Jeff said it, but I'm going to be a little bit more blunt. The property owner chose to sell. They could have built the bridges and the project around that site, so they were not eminent domain. The property owner wanted to essentially sell, which is what Jeff alluded to. So that's important because we made a promise not to displace businesses. In this particular case, the business chose to go out of business and essentially vacated it, and it made a lot of sense for them to take it over as a utility yard for their project.
All right, thank you.
I have a question regarding, I think, page 19, right here.
Sure.
You were perfect. You hit it on it. Okay, so with this, I have a couple constituents coming to me and complaining about the toll road. As you know, the express lane, they saying there's no one driving in it right now. There's still congestion on the other 5 lanes, right? And they're just, I guess there need to be a way, to what we were told before is that once the toll road is complete, that you guys will give the public 2 years to drive in it, and then after the 2 year, you start charging. Is that correct, and is that still on?
So a couple of thoughts on that. Number one, it is expected, usually in a situation like this where a new express lane facility is opened, it usually takes up to 2 years, what we call a ramp-up period, for folks to get educated how to use them. So it does tend to start slow and then ramp up the usage of the express lanes. And then I believe what you're referring to is our board of directors adopted a toll policy that for the first 3.5 years of operation, 2+ carpoolers would be free in the non-peak hours. And always 3+, if you have 3 or more people in your car, it's always free and always will be. But for the first 3.5 years, if you have 2 or more folks in your car, it will be free during non-peak hours. If you are a solo driver, you always will pay a toll to be in there from the beginning and throughout the life of the facility.
So from what I'm understanding is that for the next 3 years, those who drive in the car 2 or more, it'll be free. Is that correct? And how do you measure that?
It will be free in the non-peak hours. So what I mean by non-peak hours is the peak hours are when everybody's traveling to work in the morning, traveling home in the evening. So there's a period of time that are called peak hours. If you're a 2+ carpooler, you would have to pay a toll during those peak hours. All other hours of the day are free for 2+.
But how do you track that?
So there is a a transponder that you can acquire that is switchable. So what you do is you switch. If you're one person, you put it on one. If you're two, you put it on two. If you're three or more, you put it on three. And when you go through the detectors that kind of capture your trip through the express lanes, there is a beacon on that, and we have CHP. We have an agreement with CHP to enforce those rules. So if CHP is there, they will look to see what the light is on the beacon, which reflects what you have the setting set towards. And then if it's different than what they visually see, they will pull you over.
So are you guys providing that to the public
Of course.
for free?
Providing what to the public? That
The
information.
tracker, yeah.
Yes.
Responders,
Oh,
The
yeah.
responder.
So you have to open an account,
Okay.
and there are different options to do that. The transponder is $15.
Okay. All right.
And have you
That's just a little
identified-
more complicated, but go ahead.
I just follow up the question that, have you identified the peak hours yet?
The hours of the
The peak
peak
hours.
hours. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to you on that. My recollection is 6 to 10 a.m. is the peak hours in the morning, and 2 to 7 in the afternoon. It's a very long peak period in the afternoon, especially northbound. That's my recollection.
And how you are going to get that information out to the people, especially for those people who came out, from interstate?
Sure, we have both a educational and marketing campaign that's been going on since late summer, and since we opened, we've ramped that up even more so. And of course, it's on our website, but also on social media and so forth. We're trying to get that word out. Oftentimes, the word is not really listened to until it's open and real, and so we're really trying to up our efforts to educate the public on how all of that works. And all of that information is available on our website, or if you walk into our customer service center, which is just off Harbor Boulevard.
I guess that you still have one more, a couple more.
Almost there.
slides to go.
Almost done. I'll be quick, I promise. I just wanted to wrap up with our next steps. After opening the lanes on December 1st, as I mentioned, we are still going to be doing a few things until the spring of next year, landscaping, some additional bridge lighting, including on the bridges in Westminster. And then we'll be working with Adolfo and city staff on acceptance of the improvements, and also Caltrans and other stakeholders into the summer of next year. And then lastly, this contact information is shown here. And that's all the different ways you can get a hold of us and ask any questions you might have. Near the bottom is the 405expresslanes.com. And also, we have the Westminster Traffic Engineering Division. If there's any questions that maybe on the city street, the city might be able to help with the answer as well. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. And that's it for me.
I would like, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I would like to thank you for you guys all for taking the time to be here. I'm sorry that you have to wait until this minute to do your presentation. And also, I want to extend our sincere thank you to Adolfo, our city assistant city manager, for working along with you for many, many years in order to get this project complete. And I want to thank you for all the work. And now I would like to open up for any question from the council.
Yes, Mayor, I have a few questions. Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, thank you very much for all your hard work over the years and trying to get these projects done and working with our staff and also all the phone calls you're making to our residents to address any concerns they have. So thank you and your team for that. I just have a couple of quick questions. You did make a mention that you were going to be working on some bridge lighting. So I noticed that in the city of Fountain Valley, they do have already installed the decorative light poles there. So are you going to continue that into the bridges in Westminster?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, we're in the process of procuring those poles right now, and I expect in January those installation of those very similar light poles will begin on the bridges in the city of Westminster. That's correct.
Okay, and is there a reason why theirs were installed now opposed to Westminster?
So originally, when we started the project back in 2017, we had talked with the cities, and they're not required from a safety perspective. Typically, it's a few variables, but the city has to maintain those lights. So we talked with the cities, and the general consensus was they'd rather not have them. As the project went along, the city of Fountain Valley in particular noted that they would like to have them. And so we agreed to do that, and then we talked with the other cities as well. And the consensus was, except for Costa Mesa, other than Costa Mesa, the rest of the cities did indeed want lighting, so we proceeded with that, trying to be a good partner.
Okay. So you're thinking about January, you'll be coming in?
That's when we'll begin installation, that's correct.
Beautiful. Then the other component is the art. I noticed, what is the status on the art that's supposed to be installed on the bridges and the panels?
Yeah, you're right. At the major bridges in particular, we have the what we call monuments there at the end of the bridge. On the exterior, which is what the freeway traffic would see on the exterior of that monument, we will be installing city seals for all of the cities, but in the city of Westminster, the city seal. And then on the interior, which can be seen from the sidewalk or the local street, we have installed stainless steel inserts that can be wrapped, and we're working with Adolfo's team to get that artwork ready and installed in the first half of 2024. I'm not exactly sure the timing, but it'll be around the early spring, I believe, is when that would take place.
Okay. And is there, and those are just a few unfinished issues. Is there any other unfinished issues that your team has identified? You mentioned landscaping, you mentioned the lighting and the art. Was there any other unfinished issues that you'll be working on?
I can think of a couple at excuse me, Westminster Boulevard and Willow at the In-N-Out. We're still finishing up some work there. There was some very challenging underground drainage work there that we're still finishing up, and will be done just after the new year in January. And then if you think about when you maybe have your home bathroom redone, the contractor's done, and typically what folks do is create a punch list and say, well, I don't really like that color. I'd like to change that, and you work with the contractor to do that. We are in the process of doing that with the contractor right now, where we and Caltrans and the cities are walking the improvements and pointing out potential flaws and getting those corrected. So those are more minor details, but we will be doing that into the spring of next year as well. So those are the major components.
And our team is to be walking all the sites to make those punch lists?
I believe we're walking, I'm sorry, Adolfo, I believe we're walking the city improvements starting next week with city staff.
Okay.
And that is all different specialties within the city. So if it's if we're talking about irrigation, that the city will now be responsible for, our Public Works Parks Department is out there. If it has to do with water facilities or a water line, then it's our water division. And then traffic signals, our traffic division. And then roadways, we have our CIP engineers, capital improvement project engineers that are out there paying particular attention to the roadway conditions and sidewalks and things of that nature. So.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Willow. I've heard some folks concerned about Willow being unfinished and potholes, but that's part of your project and finishing that up.
That's correct.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So back.
You're done.
Oh, I didn't know you're
yeah,
not
so
done.
thank you for your answers. Thank you for your presentation. So thank you very much.
Councilmember West, could I ask you to refrain that so I can go on this side for them to ask any question that they have?
Yes, I can be last.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for coming today. I am so impressed with how far I've come along. And, you know, the bridge on Newland, I think that one we had our grand opening was in September, and it was very nice. And I remember years ago when you used to have like a demolition, you know, an opportunity for us council members to come and view the demolition of a bridge. Do you still have that, or do you have that in the future? that you could invite us to? Because I remember the last time I regrettably missed that opportunity.
Yes, and for this project, fortunately, we're all done with the bridge demolitions on this project, but for future projects, I'll certainly keep that in mind because it is a very interesting operation to watch.
Okay, so I heard about the Willow. Is this the same project that you've been working on Willow?
Yes, we've been working in that area of Westminster Willow for some time. Basically rebuilding some underground infrastructure, namely drainage improvements. And there's kind of a spaghetti mess of old utilities in there, so it's been a little challenging and taken us a little longer than we would have hoped.
I think that's been at least 4 years, correct?
I hope not. I don't think it's been quite that long. But the Westminster Bridge
it feels like a long time. There have been some locations that have been active for the duration of the project. The Golden West and Bolsa is one that just seemed to be under construction for the entire duration. And this is for issues that were unforeseen at the time. And Willow, like Jeff said, I'll say it less technical, it's just a spaghetti of utilities down there. It's very complicated. And then when the bridges were raised, the profile of the roadway was also changed. So now it's a matter of working with us to making sure that we're all on board with the drainage. So we want to make sure that in a rain event, all of that water dissipates, and we want to make sure all the utilities are reachable if we ever have to maintain them in the future. So there's a lot of complicated utilities.
And I'm sure you're doing everything you can, possibly can, and going as fast as you can. So I'm just very curious about the RV Dillon area. Are you complete? Has that been completed? I know I used to get a lot of phone calls from the businesses in that area, including RV Dillon.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. That particular area, as you probably know, we've had a large pile of debris there as it's been used to crush and recycle some of the materials to be used in the new construction. And then also improvements along Garden Grove Boulevard there that tie into your new bike facility. And so those are another element that are being wrapped up and should be wrapped up prior to the end of January is what we would anticipate.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ho. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
What? No, actually, I am about to remind you that she's a vice mayor now. Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, I did say that. And
did you?
Say that.
No, you said that Council Member Ho.
Did I?
Right? Oh, that's, you know.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's okay. All right.
Okay, I just making a joke. You know what can I say? Great job. You know, our staff, city staff, and OCTA has put a lot of efforts, you know, together to make this. To me, it's like impossible, you know, be possible. So just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys did.
I guess, again, we wanted to thank you for your presentation. It's very helpful for us and for the resident of the city of Westminster. With that, I move to receive and file this presentation.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. I need to go back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I just want to say thank you for doing all the bridges. It's beautiful. And I love the expansion of the road, also the bike lane and the walk lane. But now back to the tow road, I just want to confirm. So you made the statement that if you drive 2 or 3 person in the car, then you can drive free for the next 3 years in the tow road with the tracker or the responder or whatever you said earlier. And then you have to personally turn it on during the non-peak hours. So it's more work for the people. Now, was that in the agreement before everything was done, or is this new?
That's been in our toll policy for the life of the toll policy. It's not new.
So I know this toll road construction has been the last, 10, 15 years, right? And this was in the original plan?
That's correct.
And it was written out like this, because I don't remember the people would vote for something like this. It's just more complicated. And what I was told 2 years ago was that for the next 2 years, whatever you say, 3 years, was free. And I didn't see any stipulation. So if it's during peak hour, it's, people don't really drive during non-peak hours, right? So it's kind of defeat the purpose of driving and not be congested on the freeway. So I don't know how you guys gonna fix this. I don't know who's on the board, who voted for this, and who speak for the people, because I know the people have been complaining to me driving on the 405 freeway, and they do not like the toll road, period. So I don't know who you need to bring it back to talk to. I don't know who's up there, but if you can bring this up to them with the concerns of the resident, that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah.
Okay, I guess that is your input is well perceived, and I believe that if we need to, we will ask you to come back and present us an update later time. So my motion is to receive and file the presentation.
I second. Go ahead.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilmember Monzo. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
Okay, next item is 5.3, adoption of the local roadway safety plan. I read the staff report, and I think it's very obvious, and with that, you are welcome to ask questions, but to me, I think it's very clear, so I will move to approve this item.
I second.
I just had one quick question, Adolfo.
Yes.
Without grant funding, is there any of the improvements that we can do that's stated on the report?
So the answer to that is no.
Okay.
So what this study did is it was the most comprehensive safety study that we've ever done. Mm-hmm. This has never been done in the city or presented to the public, and it's our organization with our current leadership is very much about transparency. So we are presenting kind of the ugly, right? We're similar to what our police chief did recently with the crime statistics. We know that exists. We know traffic collisions exist. So what this study did is it identified priority corridors that we could then go out and pursue grant funding for. It did not, nothing came up in the study that was low cost. And like we've said before, everything nice we build in the city, we do it with grant funding because we just don't have the funding to be able to go out and spend it on that. So the answer to that is there is no quick implementation that's coming out of this study. But I can, again, don't use the word guarantee that often. I did recently with the Safe Routes to School effort. I guarantee you we'll be bringing in millions of dollars to fund these priority corridors that were identified in the study. Absolutely.
Yeah, so you mentioned that this has never been done in our city ever.
Correct.
And how did this come about? How did this study come about? Who was initiated? How was this all staff driven?
Yes, this is staff driven, right? When you forecast all the things you want to do for a community, you can't do it all at once. So this is really the culmination of a lot of years of hard work that go back to the general plan update, where we engaged the public and we had really difficult conversations with the public. Some of them were upset because the roads weren't adequate. Others were upset because they didn't have bicycle options. So we took all of that input in, and then we created, essentially we went out and looked at the city from a holistic perspective, looking at all the different types of users, and created a plan. And this study essentially gets us closer to implementing that vision, which is safer streets and safer roadways for the city of Westminster.
So this is really important to have this for the success of generating or funds, grant funds.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very much for all the team.
Absolutely.
The engineers in our city and traffic. It's a big part of our lives. The safety of our residents. It's very important. that we look at how can we improve our streets. So thank you very much.
If I can add one more thing to it, since you're thanking staff, it really is a collective process. As part of this study, this 130-page document came together based on participation with local school districts. We had representatives from every school district, representatives from the healthcare agency, from Orange County Public Works, from OCTA, from Caltrans. They were all a part of our committee. Of course, our engineering department, traffic engineers led the effort, and we couldn't have done it without the Police Traffic Bureau. They were along for the ride the entire way, engaging the public and actually going and putting, after we did this study where we identified all the hotspots, if we want to call it that, throughout the city, we then actually took the time to go out one corridor at a time, put eyes onto the roadway to develop these concepts. So I just want to thank the entire team for their effort.
And looking at some of these photos in here, this was a long time.
Yeah.
Many years in the process to get to this point. So,
yes, and COVID got in the way of it a little bit as well.
Well, I think some of these photos are like way before COVID, so that tells you how long you've been working on this. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, if there's no other question, then we have a motion on the floor.
I second it.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to adopt the City of Westminster Local Roadway Safety Plan and direct staff to pursue grant funding for the implementation actions in the final report. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next is 5.4, 2023 Fall Festival Overview and Request for Budget Increase. I would like to have a brief staff report from Director of Community Services.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I will keep it brief. I know you have a heavy agenda this evening. So this is an overview of our Fall Festival and a request for a budget increase. The recommended action is to authorize an increase to the expenditure budget of $30,711 and some change from the general fund to community promotion account, and also authorize an increase in the revenue budget to offset those costs for a total of $35,151 and change into that same account. Community promotion, $75,000. Just a little bit of background. So this was our second annual Fall Festival, and it was held over an entire weekend at the end of September, the 22nd, through the 24th here in the Civic Center. As you guys were all present, it took up the City Hall parking lot, the majority of the front-facing area of our Civic Center. It featured a full carnival, games, rides, entertainment, commercial and food vendors, a beer garden, and children's activities. And Friday night also featured the Taste of Westminster event, which showcased a variety of food and beverages from our local restaurants. We had a vendor application package, an entertainment interest form, and a sponsorship deck, which we disseminated to a wide range of potential interested parties. Those were local businesses, previous participants in events, school district, other public agencies, among others. As you can see, screenshots of those. We expanded this event from a one-day event in 2022 to 3 days, so we knew we were going to have a robust marketing effort to get the word out. So this included advertising on TV, radio, print ads, a large social media presence, bus shelters. We participated in interviews to promote the event. We also translated many of these documents into 3 languages. We prepared thousands of flyers, which were passed out at a number of events for months leading up to the festival, and we posted them in city parks. Businesses put up posters for us, and also we were able to put up banners in a number of local businesses and parks. We also produced a magazine-style program, which helped promote the marketing and some of the sponsorship opportunities, and it also served as a keepsake for the event. So we had 19 food vendors and 16 commercial and nonprofit vendors. And this was specific for the festival for the entire weekend. And this did not include the Taste of Westminster vendors. So that was a great turnout, much bigger than we anticipated. We had a full schedule of entertainment starting Friday night all the way through Sunday night. We had a diverse lineup that was very important to the staff to make sure that we had something for everyone. So we had dancers, we had local schools, we had great performances by bands. It was a really impressive lineup that we were able to schedule. Our carnival rides, we had 13 of them. They were transformed our parking lot, to be quite honest. It looked like an entire different place. Everything from thrilling rides to kiddie rides, bumper cars, and that giant Ferris wheel that was out there. And that picture in the center really kind of showcases what that event looked like from a distance. Our sponsorships, we were very lucky to secure really good sponsors, and I would like to take a moment to recognize them. Our title sponsor was the Westminster School District. Gold sponsors included the Garden Grove Unified School District, Orange County Water District, our WMEA, Westminster Municipal Employees Association, our WPOA, the Westminster Police Officers Association, Y&G Income Tax and Multi-Services. Silver sponsors were All American Asphalt, IBE Local 441, Midway City Sanitary District, and Shop Off Realty Investments. And our bronze sponsors included Huntington Beach Harley-Davidson and Westminster Memorial Park. Without them, we really couldn't have done something like this, so we really appreciate their support to our community. So with that, just an overview, and both our revenue and our expenditures exceeded what was budgeted. Revenue exceeded what we expended. So we were able to bring in slightly more than we expended due to the sponsorships, the fees for the vendors, and what we collected from the ride operator. And then it shows here the cost of event staffing. So without including the staffing for the event, which is the city employees, we were able to bring in about $4,500. This year, the festival, like I mentioned, was expanded from a one-day festival to the entire weekend, 3-day event. We had over 90 city employees staffing the event, and many taking on responsibilities outside their normal scope of work. It's really impressive that we could rally everyone to support this operation. The actual costs and revenues both exceeded what we'd originally budgeted, and the event was self-sustaining outside of those staff costs I mentioned. Producing a high-quality festival required extra investments in quality entertainment and upgrades to some of the festival infrastructure. So in conclusion, the fiscal impact to fund the Fall Festival, we are requesting an increase to the expenditure budget of $30,711.74 and an increase to the revenue budget to offset these costs for a total of $35,151.30 to the community promotion account. Finally, the 2023 festival proved to be a great success. The original allocated budget and revenue expectations for the festival was based on very preliminary estimates early in the budgeting process, and actual costs exceeded both of these allocations. There is no direct impact to the general fund as revenue exceeded expenditures. The request is to match the actual revenue and expenditures with what was budgeted. And finally, the 2024 Fall Festival is scheduled to take place on Friday, September 27th through Sunday, the 29th, which will be the first full weekend of Fall 2024. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I would like to thank you and your team putting a lot of work. And no doubt it was a great success and the community enjoyed it. Thank you again for that. Can you go back to slide number 9?
This one?
Was that you conducting the music there, the music?
What the heck?
I would like to claim that, but I don't think anyone would want to see that.
All right, thank you.
But yeah.
I want to open up for any question from the council.
I have a couple questions, Mayor. Thank Vanessa and all our 90 employees that were out there. Thank you very much. It was a great success. I was out there Friday, but unfortunately I was ill for most of the weekend, so I wasn't able to enjoy it. But hopefully I'm going to schedule now that I don't get sick again next year, so I can enjoy it. But what I saw on a lot of social media, and everybody loved it. And this is the kind of events that really bring joy to our community and unity. And I think this expanded beyond our city. So yeah, this is direct benefit to our community, these type of events and the expenditures that we made and the commitment we made, very well spent money. So thank you very much. I just had a quick question on the staff report on page 2, where we talk about the traditional newspapers that were used to advertise. I didn't see on this list the OC Register, and also I would like to see if we can do a better job, because I don't see on here on the list as well Hispanic or Latino newspaper that we can maybe for next year that we can advertise in.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's where we kind of fell short a little bit on that end.
Sure.
And I know in the Latino community it's a little bit hard to get the word out. So we can kind of look into how we can best try to at least make an effort to.
Absolutely.
So yeah, for next year. So
we'll do.
That's all I got. So just thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next?
Sure.
Okay.
Miss Vice Mayor.
Yes. Councilwoman Amy West, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I just want to say thank you so much, Vanessa, for all you do, closing out the year. I mean, with two great events, the Fall Festival and also the Christmas tree lighting, that's phenomenal. And you guys closed out the year with a bang. So thank you so much for all you do and your staff, and also Christine, city manager, and Adolfo as well. You guys did phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Nguyen?
Okay. You know what? It's a little bit embarrassing, for last time when I have a chance to speak at the Tree Latin event, and I did mention about we don't have the that kind of event in the last 3 years, and then Mr. Mayor, he pointed out that you are wrong. So for that I apologize. And okay, speaking of that. All the events that we have in the last couple months, they're awesome, and I cannot say anything about other than give you guys all the compliments. So good job, and keep it keep it up. Thank you.
I move to approve this item.
Second.
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, please.
Okay, so I'm the last one. Okay, yes. Thank you so much, Vanessa, and your team. I feel like you guys are so good at event planning. That's when I think of you guys, I'm like, wow, you always put on these spectacular events. As you were going through the slides, I was just thinking, I'm like, yeah, this fall festival used to be so small. You mentioned 1 day, and now 3 days. I didn't realize that. And I was thinking that, it's becoming a very big production. So how long did it take you to plan what you did this past September or this past fall?
The event planning process takes months. I would say we started this process talking about it probably in February or March prior. So 6 months or so, starting to recruit some vendors, the right operator, get some pieces in place, come up with a preliminary budget. And it was very preliminary, based on that early and the amount of inflation that's causing costs to change, that played an impact. But at least 6 months to do an event of this. And now we usually start right after, securing dates, working with people that we want to work with, making sure that things are in place early.
Is it at all possible for this event to be self-sustaining? If you got going earlier, if you, in hindsight, could you have done something better and maybe raise more funds to self-sustain, and so that we don't have to make up the difference of $35,000?
So with the staff, including staff time?
Yeah.
It is possible. Yeah. It is possible. It's very difficult to do that. The staff time is a significant piece of that. But as events grow, momentum grows, we can build and expand the event. It is possible. It just does take some time.
Yeah, definitely. I would say before you expand the event, I think if we could make it an effort or goal to try to make up for some of that shortfall. And, I'm all for supporting this event. And I think it was very successful last time. And it does look like you put in a lot of effort, as you mentioned you did. So it's great. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, if I could add to that?
Yes.
So one of the things that we want to accomplish as we get more and more events is just increasing our volunteer base, because there are events in which volunteers play a role where they get to be part of the community and work these type of events, and the problem that we've been having is getting volunteers. So there are opportunities, and so that's something that we're trying to work on to help offset some of the costs. Obviously, we still have to have staff, on hand for technical and professional services as well. But certain functions like customer service, greeting, working, booths, etc. We're actually really. We're really lucky to have a very active youth committee that is out there at all of our events. But we would love to expand our volunteer base as well to complement our staff.
That's really an excellent idea, and I think that's definitely going to save us staff time, expense. And if once you recruit or you get out the word out, I'm sure young adults or young kids are going to want to volunteer, and you will get a lot of them once they know about the event. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that we have a motion and the second on the floor.
Yes, Mayor. I have a motion made by yourself, Mayor Nguyen, and a second made by Councilmember Monzo. I'll go ahead and call roll. Is that it? Okay. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Next
item is 5.5, agreement with Economic Planning System to prepare a multi-owner equitable reimbursement obligation program for the Westminster Mall Pacific Plan. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Adolfo Zaida, Assistant City Manager. This item, I have a very, very brief presentation, and I'm also honored to welcome Chinmay, who's with the EPS. He is here to answer questions. I'm going to be very brief in the introduction of this. So, just a second here. We're here to talk about the Equitable Reimbursement Obligation Program, referred to as the EROP. specific for the Westminster Mall specific plan. So it's a program that we're here to talk about that is a part of the Westminster specific plan adopted plan that this council adopted earlier this year. This is really the only slide that I have to present, and Chinmay is going to talk a little bit about the scope of services, a little bit on EPS. They've been our partner the entire time that we've been working on the specific plan, which has been many years in the making. They are economists, and I'll let them speak a little bit more about themselves in a little bit. But the EROP, essentially, it creates a payment and reimbursement mechanism to ensure that fair share contributions towards required infrastructure are achieved at the mall site. If you can imagine yourself as part of the property owners at the mall, and if you are being told to build a park as part of the specific plan vision that we've all adopted here, you're not going to be very happy about building a park if the other property owner, just based on his proximity, say, to the freeway off-ramp or visibility, is allowed to build housing and retail. So what this does is it creates a program where the person that builds a park to realize the vision of the specific plan is actually compensated by the one who's making the business transaction, building the commercial, building the housing. And this is something that if you leave it just to the property owners to figure out, it doesn't get done. And we've heard loud and clear from this council, we have 100 acres of a mall that's failing, a great opportunity and the most beautiful place to live in the world. So we're bringing in an expert who's going to help us establish the program. And at this point, I will turn it over to Chinmay with EPS so that he can speak a little bit about the scope of services. So I had the wrong report up just a second ago. So what we are here to approve tonight is essentially a contract amendment to EPS, authorizing them to begin this part of the process. They've been doing work on the mall for quite some time. They just need additional funding to essentially get going on the EROP and move the project forward.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me. Good. All right.
There we go.
Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Chinmay Damle. I'm a senior associate with EPS. We're a land economics consulting firm. We are experienced in a full spectrum of real estate development services, financing of public infrastructure, and local fiscal economic impact analysis. We're a statewide firm that we've been in California operating for about 40 years now. We specialize in urban economics and public finance. We have a balance of public and private client sectors. So, as Adolfo mentioned, we've been working in Westminster for a little bit from the very beginning on the Westminster Mall specific plan, and then also we're consultants on the city's current park development impact fee. So for this part of the project, I just wanted to walk you through a couple of the work plan and the scope of services that we have. We will work with the city staff and consultants to define improvements and costs necessary to serve Westminster Mall specific plan area. We'll confirm those improvement items and costs, which are most likely to be parks and utilities, and potentially public safety services as well. Continuing on, we would allocate those costs to various land uses to see which developers might owe what based on their, typically it would be proportional to their public service population. Going forward, we would develop a methodology and amounts for each development. We would prepare a draft set of fees and equitable reimbursement calculations for review, and then feedback by city staff and subsequently the property owners themselves. And finally, for the implementation and administration, we'd also definitely need to work with the property owners on how to implement this. May need the city to act as an intermediary through the process. That might be dependent on what mechanism we find and explore. usually we'll need to front load utilities and infrastructure because of phasing of the development. Pay-as-you-go may be difficult. And then finally, we would work with the city to discuss fees, timing of payments, escalations due to inflation, and then working with the legal requirements with the city's legal counsel. And finally, we would prepare the necessary documentation and deliverables.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to open up for council questions first.
Questions?
Any question from the council?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
On the staff report that we have before us, it talks about the fully reimburse these upfront costs incurred by the city. So can you talk about a little bit of that and how that would be implemented? So how that would work?
Are you referring to reimbursement of the hours that EPS is spending on the project?
When it talks about in the staff report about the fiscal impact, the 51,000, and
yes,
although the city will initially, so we will be reimbursed by the developer the 51,000 that
correct
EPS.
Yes, yes. So reimbursement's kind of the topic on this. It's a recurring theme on this on the mall. So recently, you adopted a policy that allows us to essentially collect and be reimbursed for all of the work that the city team, and the consultants have done to get us to where we were in January. What we did for that approval, it also included additional work that we knew was coming down the pipeline. This is one of them.
Okay.
And Aaron can probably talk a little bit more about the contract side of it, but because EPS has gotten to a certain threshold in their contract, we need to bring it to council for approval to continue to allow them to work on the project, just because it exceeds a certain dollar amount. But the 51,000 that is, this fiscal impact is actually recoverable with the policy you recently adopted for the Westminster Mall.
And this service, is there a specific amount of time that EPS would be working on this with our city staff? Or is it just, how does that work, the hours? I mean.
Yeah, so I'll let him talk a little bit about how he develops the fee. But what we have with the Westminster Mall since Christine became our city manager was essentially full throttle, move forward, top priority for the city. So we have regular weekly meetings, and EPS is a part of that weekly meeting, along with an architect, along with a traffic consultant, and another infrastructure expert. So we meet regularly, and we talk about different topics related to the mall. Now that we're really moving into the EROP, they will be generating an agenda, setting up meetings, and then we'll leave it up to them as to whether the first meeting, the city's always involved. I mean, I sit on all of them. Catherine, our new director, is also now being brought into the mall as well to be a part of that effort. But Chinmay will then essentially quarterback the next move, right? Do we brainstorm with the city? Do we go with the big owner first? Do we bring all owners into the room at the same time? So at this point, I'll turn it over a little bit more so you can talk about the methodology that goes into the work. But at this point, it's a not to exceed amount of 51,000. If at some point staff feels that they've exhausted their funds and they've put good faith into moving the project forward, we may come back with the change order. That's typical.
Yeah, 51,000 for how does that, is that a hour, is that months, or I mean, how much?
It's billable hours, yes. So it's billable hours. So every month they submit an invoice, and it has a very clear project description showing that, you know, it was travel time, it was meeting number one, it was phone calls, it was work. So it's accounted for. It's not a lump sum and with no accounting, with no accountability.
Okay.
Progress payments.
I get it. And then one other question, you can add to that, but when you're working with the property owners, how do you navigate disagreements of if you're finding that this certain thing's they need to do a certain do something, a certain project or improvement, and if there's a disagreement with the property owners, how does that work? How does it becomes a negotiation, or what happens?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, we'll work with the property owners as well, but we'll also have we will also have other consultants working with us on this project, and who are also experts on maybe specifically like utilities or whichever specific resource we're talking about in that specific interest or instant, and they'll provide the industry specifics and expertise.
Councilmember Menzo, if I would ask you to refrain your question so I can
Yeah,
go
that was
with
my
it.
last question.
Okay.
That was it.
Councilmember Nguyen, you have any question?
No, I have no comment.
Councilmember West?
I just want to make a statement. Thank you for doing that, because I think it's important to comp, the city if, they're spending time to get the job done, to do evaluation, and you're helping the city to get the money back. That's great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ho?
I am good, thank you.
All right. I will entertain if there's a motion for this.
A motion to approve.
I second it.
Okay, motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Amy Fan West.
Councilwoman Fan West. All right. So this is to approve staff recommendation to approve the agreement with Economic Planning Systems, EPS, to prepare a multi-owner equitable reimbursement obligation program, an EROP, for the Westminster Mall Specific Plan, WMSP, through December 13th, 2024, in amount not to exceed $51,000, and approve a budget increase to economic development, contractual services in the amount of $51,000. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next item is item 5.6, approval of resolution approving lease and operating agreements with branded CDs and digital billboards on city property, finding them categorically exempt under SEQA. I know that we have branded CD representative in the House. If there is any question for him, please address him at this point.
I do.
Yes, but would you please step up to the podium?
Thank you.
Councilmember Fan West, go ahead.
Thank you so much for coming here. Really appreciate, and I'm really excited about this billboard project.
Certainly.
Now, I just want to know, so if we do approve this tonight as the body, the council here, how fast would it take for you to get everything done and get the ball rolling? Can you do an estimation for us?
That's a good question. Thank you for that, council member. You know, what we have to do, assuming approval of this, the next steps are to work with, in a couple different permitting processes. And not in this particular order, but there's a local permitting process where we will be working with the city to go through and not only receive the necessary permits, but also go through a variance as part of that as well. That's number one. The second is that we have to receive a state permit as well. And so that is an application to Caltrans. Okay. There are some pieces that have to be put in place for that in order for that to occur. And some of those things are, getting a survey, working with the city and the county to go through an APN process, because you currently have these properties as excess right-of-way. So those have to be created as parcels, et cetera. And so there's a vacation requirement that has to occur as well. That's all to say this. The end of your question is maybe the most important, which is, this is an estimation. Mm-hmm. But what I would like to see is to have the permits completely through the permit process before the end of 2024. At that point, we would have construction, and that construction time probably is around, as long as there's not a supply chain issue, that construction time is probably around 4 months for construction.
4 months. So basically by 2025 of maybe May, April, May?
Yeah, I would
Everything
say
goes smooth.
early to mid-May, yes.
Perfect, okay,
Or, pardon me, early to mid-2025, yes.
perfect, thank you.
Welcome.
And to piggyback on that question, so you're speaking, that's, you estimate the completion of the project at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the construction project, once construction starts, it doesn't actually take a long time to perform all the construction that occurs on these sites. There is a site prep that occurs, and then there is typically drilling a foundation and we have not done the engineering yet, but I am presuming that it will be a drilled shaft foundation as opposed to spread footing. I know that maybe I'm getting overly technical, but you know, there's usually to dig a drilled shaft, it's a day to deal with that and setting the pole, and then it is the implementation or the hanging of the LED displays and the commissioning of those, getting them up operational, setting them or getting them hooked up to all of our computers, et cetera, to make sure that they're functioning properly.
All right. I'm just really excited about this project, and I thank you for making the trip. I heard you flew in from
Arizona.
From Arizona, so thank you for being here.
It's my pleasure. I'm happy. We are as excited as you are.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here with us. I still remember that we have a condition last time that you show up here and talk about this project, that I would like you guys to allocate some of the job for the business inside the city. So you still honor that, right?
I remember that.
Okay.
And I remember that request, and I remember saying the same thing that I'll say now, which is absolutely we understand
All right.
that.
Thank you.
We need to figure out what those disciplines are, but I hear you. And,
All right.
and we will do everything we can to have local folks assisting us with this.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Ho?
All of my questions have been answered. I thank you so much for being here. I'm really looking forward to these billboards, and we've been talking about it for a long time, so this is long overdue. Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you.
welcome.
Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And
Mayor.
right now, I would like to,
If I can add just a few things on that. So this approval tonight essentially it's the beginning of our partnership with Branded Cities. So staff will be kicking off project development team meetings that will probably take place bi-weekly or monthly as early as January. We've been working together to get us to where we are now. There are a lot of factors, and I appreciate your excitement, and everybody wants a straight line to the finish line, but there are a lot of other factors that come into play with a project like this. The first one being the 405 improvement project is still under construction, and Caltrans has not stated when they consider the project to be complete, right? So that might stall the beginning of that timeline that was described. That's a little bit out of our control. We are working, city manager is actually working with other agencies that are in a similar bind to see what we can do to put a little bit of pressure on Caltrans to define the beginning of when we can actually move forward. Because right now, if you were to ask Caltrans, they would say that there is a moratorium on the 405 because the project is not complete. And if you look, the landscape areas are not complete. There's still a lot of discussions with cities about who is going to maintain what. There's a lot of land information that's just being looked at carefully right now. So that is one thing. The other part of it is that there is an environmental process. Requires us to come to the Planning Commission. So getting in line to come to the Planning Commission, coming back ultimately to council. There's a few things that are a little bit unpredictable at this time. So I just wanted to put that out there to manage expectations. Christian, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Adolfo and I had just been talking about that. I wanted to make sure the council understood that there's a process and that this is the beginning of that process. There's some things we have to work through, and we will diligently seek to get them done, working in partnership. But, I just want to manage expectations as far as there may be roadblocks along the way.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question. So you mentioned that there's an environmental process. Why is that? I mean, you're building a billboard, and why is we have to go through that process?
Any project that gets approved by the city is going to require going through a CEQA process.
Right.
So,
I see. I guess my concern is regarding Caltrans.
Yes.
And I hear that they're very difficult to work with. And so when you mentioned that early 2025 or mid 25,
Right.
you think that date, I'm sure, possibly you can't, it's probably, you're gonna have to add on more time if you don't have the cooperation of Caltrans, or that's, you mentioned that that date is unpredictable, right?
Well, I think there's two components of Caltrans. There is the process, which is handled at Sacramento, and his team, Branded Cities, has a consultant, a part of their team, that is delivered billboard projects all over California. He knows who to call at Caltrans. So there's that element. That takes time in itself, on its own. The fact that this corridor is where we're trying to put the signs, and it happens to be under construction, according to Caltrans, it's still under construction. And it's an OCTA-funded project that is going to be handed back to Caltrans. The 405 is going to be handed back to Caltrans at some point. The big question right now that other cities along the corridor are struggling with is, well, the project's done, can we start now? The answer is, it hasn't been handed back to Caltrans. And the question is, how long before it gets handed back to Caltrans? How long before everything is buttoned up so that we can then start the timeline that Chris mentioned? So Chris is right on. It's just there's an extra hurdle on this particular project, of course, because of the 405 project. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chris?
Yes.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay, Chris, I just want to say thank you. I know that Branded City is a professional, a well-known company, and you guys have been doing this forever, and you guys have lobbyists up in Sacramento, and this is a huge business, money generating for both of us, for you guys and for the city as well, and for the people of Westminster. And I trust that Brand City will do all they can to make sure they lobby to get this moving with Caltrans, and I trust your judgment in that. But I know I do factor in the delay as a council, but I do trust in your professionalism and your connection.
Thank you, and I appreciate that and appreciate your comments. The other thing that I will say is we don't operate in a vacuum. We are, I'd like to say, throughout my career and throughout the company's history, we pride ourselves on being very transparent, very open with all of our partners, whether they be city councils, the city staff, or if they're private entities. And so from that standpoint, we absolutely lean forward and work with agencies, city as well as state agencies to realize these opportunities to their full, all the way through to fruition. So we'll do that. You have my commitment that I will continue to do that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may just add,
Yes.
if I just could add one thing in all this. So first and foremost, thank you to the council for engaging with us in these conversations and learning about this process. For a long time, we've been talking about billboards, and so it's really exciting just to get to this point today. I do want to acknowledge that there's been a lot of hard work that's been going into this, since day one, and I want to acknowledge obviously our Assistant City Manager, Adolfo Zeta, but our Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Department, Ryan Sells, who did a lot of the legwork on this. He could not be here today, as well as Russ Hildebrand from Jones and Mayer. With the three of them, they have been actively engaging and working really hard, especially to get this together so that we can end the year on a high and an encouraging note. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I guess that we have enough questions for you. I would like to invite you to come back to your VIP seat that's reserved for you before council have more questions for you. Okay, at this point.
I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
At this point here, I would like to entertain if there's any motion.
I motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve staff recommendations that the mayor and city council adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving lease and operating agreements with branded cities for digital billboards on city property and finding them categorically exempt from CEQA." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes, before I make my vote, I want to just see how glad I am that we're at this point, the start of something. We as staff and the previous council, we've been talking about billboards since 2021 one of my very first meetings with staff when I first got elected. That's how long we've been talking about this. So I'm really excited that we're finally in the right direction and making progress, and hopefully we don't run into some potholes and we get to the finish line as quickly as possible. So thank you, staff Adolfo. I know you really go above and beyond every day for everything you do. So thank you. Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.7, selection of qualified firm to provide legislative advocacy for the city of Westminster. I would like to start out with a quick question for our Assistant City Manager.
Yes, sir.
I know that at the time that I reviewed this item with you, and I asked the question for the term of how long, and you were telling me that it's month to month. But when I read the staff report, it says for a term of 5 years. Can you clarify that?
I can attempt to. I mean, it's a standard 5-year agreement. There is a escape clause on a month to month, and I hope that answers your question.
So how is it effective? Because the concern that I have is that, I don't want to lock into the 5 years term when we don't know if they can do any, the benefit for us. Let's say we go, it's 9,000 a month is a lot. And if we lock into 5 years and, we don't know whether they bring us any benefit. So I'd like to, to make sure that if we can try it out annually, and then, we can go as, their performance.
Mayor?
That's
Yes.
So in our agreement, in the proposed agreement, it's for that term, but we have the ability to cancel it on 15 days' notice at any time.
Oh, okay.
So that's that way we've locked them in for that period, but if at any point you decide you don't want to proceed, we could terminate it.
I appreciate for clarification. Now I open up for questions, starting from Councilmember West.
If I could, Mayor, I do have a few slides that I'd like to share.
Okay, please.
I think it'll help bring to light some of the things that I would like to highlight. So I did want to mention that early on in June of this year, this item was requested by Councilwoman Amy Pham West and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. Staff then moved forward with the administrative process of initiating an RFP process. And the RFP process, and I've talked about this before, I've been on both sides of it as a private consultant and then as a member of the public now, member of government staff. It is a very, very meticulous and very worthwhile process where you're able to go out and you essentially recruit the best in the business to come in and present you with a proposal. And for this particular effort, we were asked to go out and bring in federal legislative advocacy. That's what the council asked. So what staff does is we go out and we start to talk to folks that are in the business, and through the proposal process we received, through the RFP process, we received 3 proposals, 3 qualified firms. We then brought them in for interviews, and it's during this interaction, reviewing the proposal and then going through this detailed interview process that you really learn a lot about the subject matter and about the candidates. One of the things that came out of the interviews, when we interviewed all 3, is that state and federal really go hand in hand. If the goal is to bring in federal money into the city of Westminster, a lot of the federal money flows through Sacramento, and then it moves from Sacramento to the local. Sorry, go back. I'm about to go to the next slide. It's okay. So what we ended up doing after the process was we identified that Townsend Public Affairs is by far, of the 3 firms that we interviewed, the most, it's a well-oiled machine. We've actually worked with them in the past. They helped us in our endeavors with OCTA and 405. Some of the big wins that I described earlier, particularly involving water lines, some of the concessions on keeping toll revenue throughout within the corridor and not dispersing it to the rest of the county. Off the top of my head, it's been a long time, but 20 years ago, I worked with Corey and her team to essentially make sure that we had a seat at the table to be able to lobby for these things, to keep these things in the city, which, as you saw in the previous presentation with Jeff Mills, we were able to do. But as part of this effort, we really feel that if we're going to bring in advocacy, it should be both state and federal. That's something that we heard during the interview process. But we kept it separate because the RFP was for federal advocacy. So on the left here, you see their monthly price of $6,000, and you see all of the things that they bring. It's a long list, but meeting with the council and developing a legislative platform is one of the first things that they'll do. Implementing the legislative strategy, essentially figuring out what the needs are within the city and understanding how they can connect us to different resources. Coordinating advocacy trips to DC is part of it, tracking legislation. Long list of things here that adds up to $6,000 per month. What we ended up doing, and we then followed up with the question to them saying, well, what if you also did state advocacy? You're here already, you're a well-oiled machine, you know the staff, you're meeting with us already, how much would state advocacy cost in addition to the federal? So they gave us a quote of $3,000 per month, and that's how we get to the $9,000 per month. And thank you for asking the question about the contract, Mayor. So it is $9,000 per month, can be canceled within a month's notice, essentially. And in the bigger picture of what we're already spending in the city and what they offer, so I wanted to compare the two sides here. On the left, you have the proposal from Townsend Public Affairs for state and federal advocacy. And here's the big thing that was really exciting for our review team, and which Aaron Bax, our finance director, was a part of that team that interviewed them. They, and Mavic, he's on also from the police department. She's the highest ranking administrative employee at the police department. Grant writing services are fully included in the Townsend proposal. So they will find grants for us. They will work, we're always searching for grants. They will also find grants. They'll pair us up. They have a lot of clients throughout California and throughout the nation that they would then help us craft our grant applications to be more competitive based on what they see other agencies that they represent getting in the process. So that's one of the things that was really exciting about what they offer. Currently, we have a grant writing services contract with another consultant, and we pay them $3,000 per month, so roughly $36,000 per year. One of the reasons we don't have advocacy is because we've had a hard time with finances here over the last 15 years. So it's something we've always wanted to do. It hasn't been something that we've been able to really afford. So that's how we ended up bringing back, after having nothing and just relying solely on staff, we were able to bring back a grant writing services person maybe about a few years ago. And you know, it's a good price because it's $3,000 per month. All they do is grant research. They don't do advocacy. And every time they help us with an application, they then provide us with a separate invoice or a quote for that extra help. So, you know, assuming that we go after one grant per month as a city, that involves community services, the yard, engineering, police department, and we're quoted roughly $2,500 per grant application, we're looking at an additional $30,000 that we pay to that grant company. So there's a sense of variability with the current structure where we pay them $3,000, but it varies based on how much we use them, right? So we could easily be at $66,000 per year again, just for the grant research and the a la carte service that they provide without advocacy. So based on the comparison and based on what the exciting presentation that Townsend Public Affairs presented to staff, our recommendation is to retain their services for state and federal and grant writing services at the rate of $9,000 per month. Again, it's a 5-year term, but we can cancel at any time. During the interview process, we asked them, we know our council, we said, what is the return on investment? How are we going to justify continue paying you $9,000 a month? And they are very comfortable coming back at the 6-month mark and talking about what they've done for the city at the 1-year mark. And obviously, I mean, we hire consultants, but we also oversee consultants very, very closely. We don't just hire them and let them do what they do, right? We do it. They're an extension of staff, so we hold them as accountable as we hold our employees. So that concludes my presentation. They are here tonight, and I want to introduce them. So, excuse me. We have Corey Takinen, who's the Vice President of Townsend Public Affairs. You just wave hello. And then we also have a gentleman named Ben Goldine, who's their Federal Advocacy Manager. And then also Samantha Maciel, who is a federal funding expert. And they are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. I think this is very valuable and it's very informative for us to understand what we are trying to approve here or disapprove. I'd like to open up for questions, starting with Councilmember West for District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I get them up for questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
And I guess you guys do state and federal, and I saw the breakdown, 6,000 for the federal, lobbying and writing, and then 3,000 extra for the state lobbying and writing grants as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So now I know, Adolfo, you guys did 3 different other companies. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And were they all in the same pricing for those or different? And can they do both?
So when we looked at the federal, right, one of them did both, and their pricing was relatively the same, close. And then the other one was only federal. But even that one that was only federal, they were very supportive of the city really contracting both.
Okay, so what company was the closest and why we didn't choose them?
Because
what company was that?
we choose based on qualifications. It's an RFP, so it's not a bid, like a construction award. So we select the most qualified consultant to do the work, not solely based on price.
Okay, so can you let us know what company that was that's really close?
I can look for it.
Okay.
I wasn't prepared to talk about that, but I
No
can look for
problem.
it.
Thank you, Adolfo.
Are there other questions? I'm going to have to search for emails and stuff. So.
Yeah, I have some questions. I don't know if this was something for you. I think this is more for staff. I mean, full disclosure, I want to thank Adolfo.
Yes, sir.
And Christine. When we met, I hit you with these questions that you have in your slide, and I wanted to make sure that I was myself and the public knows what we are currently paying for the services that we have as far as the grant writing services. And I think on your slide you didn't. One of the things you didn't mention in there was when we spoke about that cost, the current cost. You didn't include staff time. Like how much staff, how many hours are staff putting in working with our current grant services? I'm not even know the name. I don't know the name of the service that we contracted with, but you forgot to mention from all, not just in City Hall, but our police department as well. How much time are we currently spending on with the grant service that we currently have?
You know, there is it's a very good question, and here's the simple answer is the grant service company that we have right now identifies a grant and essentially presents it to us. And then we have to unravel it, read about it. If we don't know about it already, we need to then study it, figure it out, make our own phone calls, and essentially try to get to the bottom of what it's going to take to submit an application. In talking to the Townsend Group, they would be an extension of staff to help us essentially not just present us with the grant, but to guide in the development of the scope, development of the cost, the strategy, the key words, the key phrases that ultimately get us the grant. They would be providing us a lot of that information, if not most of it. Staff would still be a part of the process, particularly on some technical matters or things that are specific to the City of Westminster, but they would be essentially an extension of staff that don't just provide the grant, but they actually, once we give them the green light that we want to move forward, they would be with us every step of the way. So that there's a difference in the amount of effort that we would be getting from one versus the other. So there's a lot more effort being put in now. Like Christine mentioned to you in a previous conversation, when council wants us to pursue grant funding for to stay homeless, we're not homeless experts. In fact, no city is a homeless expert, right? So if we don't have a resource like a Townsend, then we end up having to make phone calls and try to figure it out along the way. So there's a lot more work that goes into the current process, the current way that we're doing business versus with Townsend.
Okay, Councilmember, if I could actually add to that to answer your question.
Yes.
So let's just walk you through an example of what it looks like to deal with the current grant folks, right? So generally once a month, you have maybe 5-6 different employees across different departments who are engaged in this phone call in which they talk about different priorities, different opportunities, et cetera. Let's say out of that phone call, there's a grant that's identified, for example, or several grants that are identified. Each and every one of those individual staff members are then they're tasked of having to go out, do the research, maybe find other resources, et cetera. And on top of that, reporting back to the grant folks to say, hey, can you write a grant for us? Are there additional things that we need to do, et cetera? And so they're expending a lot of time across different departments in order to accomplish what essentially Townsend is going to do. So at the end of the day, when it comes to staff time, it's an ongoing thing because a lot of these processes take a lot of time. So just using a recent example, we had our Mavic, who's our business services manager in the police department. She's phenomenal. She's worked with grants for years. She's an expert. She knows exactly what she's doing. So when she's working with our grant writers, for example, there's a grant that's identified. Let's say, Mavi can't write the grant because she's busy doing other things that are higher priority in the city. So instead of her being able to write it, she'll ask the grant writers, and then they'll put on, they'll put on an additional cost just to do that. So you weigh the cost of the grant, having to pay somebody else to write it versus the cost of staff writing it. She could essentially do it, but how much time is that going to be taking away from her day-to-day work and other high priority projects? So it's like that for every single department that is currently working with grants. Unfortunately, there are departments where we don't have analysts and folks who can dedicate their time to grants. So for example, we are unfortunately not being able to capture some of the recreation grants that are out there because we just don't have the staff to do it internally. So that's another component that you'd have to consider as well.
Yeah, can you go back to the slide where you had the breakdown on the left and the right of the Townsend and then what we're currently? So I was looking at this slide, and these are some of the numbers that I was asking about when I met with you. So it seems to me that for the advocacy, if you do the math, you kind of round it up. So it seems to me like we would be paying about 42 for advocacy. If you factor in what we're currently paying for the service that we currently have for grant writing, 36, and then if we're doing one grant a month, so it's coming like you mentioned, 66 and 108, so you're around about 40-something thousand is going to cost us for advocacy. Including, and then the 108 is grant writing. So
Correct. I mean, the reason the numbers were put out there is so that you could dissect it and think about it in that manner. So that's a very good assessment.
And when it says general grant writing, what is that? What does that mean? Is there some other grants that wouldn't be included in this, or?
I know that word kind of bothered you a little bit, so I'll let Corey talk about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Corey Takinen, Vice President with Townsend Public Affairs. General grant writing means everything related to grant writing. We will help identify grants. We will connect your CIP, your local roadway safety plan that Council just approved with upcoming funding opportunities. We will provide staff with analysis of the grants and how much money we believe that you could be successful for versus how much money it may cost to administer the grant, because sometimes it's not worth it based on, if it's a 5-figure grant, but it's going to cause staff 6 figures of staff time to administer, it may not be the best decision to go after. So we'll provide all of that strategic analysis, and then we will dig into the application and start writing the grant. We will draft the narratives, we will put together the documentation, we'll work with your staff to collect all the information. Our role is really to be an extension of your staff and to take as much work as possible off of your staff. We know they're incredibly busy, we know they're running a city. We want to take as much of that work off of their plate for 1 monthly fee, no hourly costs, no changes, 1 monthly fee, as many grants as the city wants to go after every month. At the state level, at the federal level, nonprofits, private foundations. We will scour every opportunity, SCAG, South Coast AQMD, anything that's out there, including legislative directed spending through the state budget and the federal budget. The city did receive, a federal earmark last year, but frankly, I think there's a lot more money out there that you could be receiving. I think your asks could be much higher. We've been incredibly successful in those state and federal budget programs for our cities across the state of California the last several years. Just at the state level, we've secured over $630 million for our cities through the state budget process. Through the federal earmark process, we've secured over $120 million for our cities. So there is a lot of money out there. Westminster has a lot of need. I'm born and raised in Orange County. I'm very familiar with your community, and I really think that we could be successful. Also, if it helps, just to kind of give you a sense of cities around you, I know return on investment is important. We obviously can't make any promises, but if this is helpful, we've represented the city of Stanton since 2017. We've won the city directly about $2.5 million in grant funding. We've represented the city of Monterey Park since February of 2023, so 10 months, and we've secured them $4.9 million in funding. I have a long list of other examples, but there is a lot of opportunity out there now, and coming up on January is a very smart time to start working with a funding advocate, given the state budget cycle, the federal budget cycle, and a number of upcoming opportunities that we see in the next 6 months that we would love to take advantage of on behalf of the city.
A couple more questions. Thank you for that. That was really informative. On your breakdown where there was a list of what was included, and on there was travel.
Yes.
And is that travel, and what about lodging? If you had to travel to Washington, Sacramento?
All of our expenses are included in that 1 monthly fee. You will never pay a penny over that.
Okay. What about any other receipts that you foresee?
There's nothing else.
Nothing else?
No printing, no meals, no nothing.
No.
1 monthly
no
fee.
No networking / entertainment?
Nope.
No, than that. What else did I have here? I have it down financially. Yeah. Well, so far you've covered all my questions that I have. So, I mean, I have, looked you up. I'm reading about your company on the website. You have quite a few cities that you're working with, so really nice to see that. So that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you for coming out to answer all the questions that we have. I believe that it takes money to make money, and this is the best way to. I personally think that this is the best way that we going to. We need to get on a grant out there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hall.
I have your answer.
And excuse me, I come from the world of business. So what I see and I understand and I do believe you do have the expertise in grant writing and everything that you that we hire you to do. I do believe you do have the expertise, but I want to speak to staff is that number one is, you know, because I've been on the council for 7 years, and I may have questions for you, but you know, you please have a seat. Yeah. And I do remember we had a grant writing company.
Yes.
I probably shouldn't mention their name, you know.
We're trying not to.
Yeah, we shouldn't. And then I know that we also severed that relationship because we felt that we were not getting the return on investment. And and when I say we don't get a return on our investment, and that was the reason why we severed, but I don't think it's because they didn't have the expertise needed. I just feel like if we find someone good, what we need to do is we want to structure the deal. And when we structure the deal, remember we're competing for the attention among all the other cities. It's like, you know, it's like you got to be the squeaky wheel, do we? So if we don't want to squeak in order to get some attention, then it needs to be in our contract, perhaps, because nothing is going to be like, okay, once you sign that contract, I don't want to go on thinking, you know, I'm going to start at this beginning of the contract, we're going to think, yeah, we found someone and that's going to, you know, we're going to bring in a lot of money. I do believe that how you're going to get people to bring in the money and how you're going to squeak is going to be how you write up that contract. Correct. So, so for me, I can just give some general ideas or say guidelines, I'll throw it out there, would be, number one, would be expectations. Okay, because if you don't have any guidelines, you're going like, yeah, I'm going to write you a check. And then you list all your expertise and all the things that you're good at doing. But so far, I do not hear the commitment. I hear the commitment is so one-sided. It's like I commit to writing a check to you, $9,000 and then $3,000, and so $108,000 in total a year is the year would be like $174,000, correct?
No,
so
it's 9,000 times 12, so it's 108.
No, 9,000, but that's, you add another 3.
So no, it was 6. It was the original 6.
Okay, got it, Thank you.
There you go.
So then the total a year is what? And then you also add the 2,500 for grant writing, correct? No? Okay, tell me, I'm going to do the math.
Why don't you come up, Carmen, since it's your proposal.
So it's 108,000.
The total cost for state and federal advocacy, as well as grant writing services, would be $9,000 a month.
So that already includes the grant writing.
That includes everything.
Okay.
Yes.
So okay. So then, if I'm going to do so, usually what I think as a business person, you would want to put in some parameters and say, I expect my return on investment in the tune of 4 to 5 times what I put out. So if it's going to be 108,000 times 4 would be 430. So roughly $500,000 in grant writing a year. So if you told me, let's say you did for Stanton, and your contract has been since 2017, and so 17 until now is what, 6 years? And you did 2.5. So you gotta have some kind of parameter to go by before you say, okay, these people are working for you or they're not. Because that to me is what I'm gonna look at when I say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna continue this contract or I'm not. But the first people we look at when something goes wrong is us, how we write up the contract. And we're at the very beginning of the contract. You can put in these parameters, because if you don't, I'm not saying your company, but I'm just speaking in general, people are not going to work. And we are going to, we can't squeak and we're busy. And this is the reason why we hire an expert. And I really, truly don't believe that staff has the expertise is going to be rare. Like I know, Adolfo, you have the expertise writing grants, but not everybody does. And so I think it's going to be, you have to also calculate the time lost, the opportunities lost when somebody writes a grant but does not get the grant for us, you know, whether it be the staff or, but someone who's an expert, I won't worry about the lack of expertise, but I would worry about, do you have time for us? And I want to be the squeaky wheel, but I'm not going to squeak. I think it's just wrong. But I think it's got to be in the contract at the very beginning. Because I know, I heard you say earlier, you said you don't have any guarantee. But we are guaranteeing you $108,000 a year. So I think the parameter has to be 4 to 5 times. And that's what business people do, and they got to look at that.
I agree with Corey there. It's somebody who's brought in.
I know that.
As somebody who's been a part of, close to $65 million worth of money that's come into the city. I can't guarantee that I'm going to get it on an odd year, an even year. I can get a windfall one year, and we have. We've gotten $12 million in 1 year, and we've been dry for 3. Some of it is because we need matching funds to be able to go after the next one, and our finances have kept us from doing that. So, and then there's the apples to apples comparison. Stanton is a tiny place. We are a much bigger place with a lot more master planned, with a master plan vision of what projects can be. So I'm very confident that we will be able to bring in grant money the way that we have. And now we're going to have an advocacy expert that can help us knock on more doors and then utilize the knowledge that they have in other cities. So if they work for another city and I was a consultant, so I lived this. You work on a project that goes a little bit sideways in one city, you learn from it, and you correct it for the next city, right? So a lot of that goes into what I feel is a guarantee that they're going to bring in good quality work. The other part of it is the contact with council. They will be able to meet with council, and we'll work. Maybe you can talk about how often you would propose that. But in addition to that, there's access to us as staff on a regular basis. Because when I worked with Townsend on the 405, I mean, all hours of the day we were talking about the city of Westminster's needs for water lines on bridges, right? And it was a nonstop, and it was never a busy signal on the other end. So that's based on, those are the guarantees. Now, the other thing that I will say is, I've known Corey for 20 years, and a consulting firm is only as good as its staff. It's not the name. The name of the consulting firm can be there forever, but if staff leaves, that consulting firm is no longer going to give you what they say they're going to give you. So the fact that they have a continuity of staff I've seen in their firm for a good solid 20 years, I'm comfortable that they are going to be responsive to us. We meet monthly with them, and we hold them accountable. That's as much as I can say from the staff.
When I talk about 4 or 5 times, I'm not talking about like, okay, this year you're going to have to bring in. But I think what you look at would be more like over time. Yes. Like, like say 2 to 3 years, you might have a dry season, you might have a, a windfall, another season, et cetera. But you will, if you track, you will see.
Absolutely. And
I know it takes time to get these grants. So I do believe that you have a good company that you've chosen, a very reputable company and very well qualified. The only part that I don't hear is how you, or shall I say, the only part that I recommend that you pay attention to would be how to, track their performance, how to make sure they continue to perform.
Absolutely.
And that's all.
And Vice Mayor, if it helps, I find that, 37 years of experience in government now over, you run into familiar faces, and usually the familiar faces are companies and individuals that are successful because they keep coming to different cities. When I was chief at a North Orange County city, I actually had the pleasure of working with Townsend, and hello, Corey, who haven't seen you in a while, and they secured our region over $5 million over 4 years. Might have been $5 million even over 4 years. We were very happy with our performance working with Townsend. So I guess I would be a reference to working with them.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm just saying, I'm speaking in general. I'm pretty sure, as a matter of fact, from what I hear, you are very reputable and well qualified. The only thing that I have is that I have a prior, because when I first came on board, we were using a certain company. And then the comment when we got rid of that company, or we ended our relationship, was because of lack of performance. So are there some parameters before you see what I'm saying is like, I do believe the lack of performance is not due to their inability to perform, but it's our inability to convey our expectations. And then once we do that, I think people will live up to our expectation, and we don't have to get rid of good people or good companies.
So I can speak on that. So I've been here for 19 years, and as you go along with your career here, at one point you're a staff member, you participate with a consultant, and then other times you're given the authority to manage a consultant. So the company that you mentioned, I fired them within about a month of interacting with them, after being the point of contact, because I was not happy with the performance that they were providing to the city.
But they were on board for 5 years.
They were on board for quite some time.
For a long time.
And I had my issues with it for quite some time. But when I was put in a position of authority to oversee that contract, they didn't last very long. For the same, the level of standard that you're describing is the same level of standard that we have for consultants.
Yes, because I've been on the council that long, I think I do remember.
You have good memory.
That since the leadership, and I think, like I said, if we just let something ride, then it's going to ride. If someone doesn't perform, or a good company does not perform, we have to look internally. Like, we probably didn't want to, or maybe we turn a blind eye, and we are not monitoring their performance. Correct. But I'm not saying that they're not qualified to do the job. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may just quickly add to that.
Yes.
I do understand all the concerns. Obviously, this is an investment, and Councilmember Nguyen said it best, that it does take money to make money, and this is one of those ways that we're trying to invest into, our future. The first point of commitment, obviously that we'd want to, to just acknowledge out there is, as soon as Townsend, if council approves the contract, we will be having a study session so that this council, you will be the starting point of creating those priorities, creating those parameters, talking about, providing to them the feedback, all the concerns that you have right now, and how you want to track their performance, et cetera. So it's really going to start with this council and working together with them to identify how you want to move forward. And so, all valid concerns, but I'm confident that with the makeup of this council and with the leadership team that we currently have, that we will be holding the contractor accountable in a way that our previous vendors that have worked with us, or previous consultants, we're not held accountable. And so that's the commitment that I will make for this, to this council on behalf of the organization for moving forward with this.
Thank you.
I guess this is my time now. I want to thank Council Member for all the questions. It's all valid questions, and I think it's all valid concerns. But with the presentation from Townsend Public Affairs, and also the confidence in our staff, I don't see any problem with that, and I have high confidence of they are doing the best for our city with their expertise, and they already represent a number of cities in our county, and they also understand the situation that we are in, and understand the city of Westminster. So I don't doubt that they are doing the best that they can for us. So with that, I move to approve this item.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion, and maybe you would agree?
You can always make a suggestion, yes.
Yes, I agree with you as far as the approval, but can we add on your motion to maybe have you come back at a 6-month mark and give us an update of the progress of what you have done, so we can get a full understanding if we're on the right path?
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
I believe that our city assistant manager already mentioned that.
Yeah, but I want to make sure
Okay,
it's done.
thank you.
So yeah, it's,
Sure.
if that was your motion, I would
Yes.
second it.
Yes. If there's no...
I have a
yes,
question.
please.
Yeah, I still have question. I mean, he's supposed to answer my question.
You did
Yeah.
have a question.
Yes.
And I didn't have it immediately available, so as the conversation was going on, I did find it.
Okay.
So I will start by, your question was, what is the second lowest quote? The next low, I guess the lowest quote was your
That could be
question.
both.
And so I just want to remind everybody that this is not a bid where we disclose all of the information. It is a qualification-based selection process. So we selected the most qualified. If we were asked to pick somebody other than Townsend on this round of 3, staff would have no recommendation. We would not recommend the other 2 for hiring. Your specific question, though, was, what is the lowest quote? And the lowest quote was $1,000 per month less than Townsend. That was your question.
So I guess with that being said, that you cannot disclose their name, I guess what I'm asking then would be, what were the other closest one? Why weren't they qualified? What was the thing that set Townsend different from them?
So I'm glad that we're not talking about names, right? Because everybody puts a lot of effort into marketing themselves. The last thing we want to do is to speak negatively about a professional firm.
Right.
When we looked at the firm, the other firm, they were actually the number 3, but they were the least expensive. So you're asking about the least expensive quote we got. When you looked at that firm, they were comprised of 2 different companies. They were comprised of an advocacy company and a grants company. And they proposed as a union. During the interview process, they were speaking over each other. There was no cohesiveness between them. It was almost like they didn't really know each other. Essentially, it was 2 separate companies partnering to respond to this RFP. So to me, that is a huge alarm. You can have sub-consultants that come in, and sometimes they'll do really well. They've worked on many, many, many projects together, and you see that they perform well during the interview, and you recommend them. But in this particular case, the 4 of us that were the evaluators had the exact same response, which is, this is not somebody we want to work with. They looked uncoordinated. They looked unorganized. It was not pleasant. Yeah, that interaction was not pleasant.
To add to that, Councilwoman, we also went with Townsend as well because of their, they have several locations, and so that made them much more accessible and readily available to be present, within the state, but also up in Sacramento and in DC.
Correct.
So they, that was a benefit that we saw that also helped rank them higher as well.
So from what you're saying, you guys do have office in DC, is that correct? People who are
Correct.
lobbying
We
and
have a full-time
advocating?
office in Washington, D.C. My colleagues Ben and Sammy are actually full-time in our D.C. office. We also have a full-time office in Sacramento as well as in Orange County. We have 17 registered state and federal lobbyists and grant writers across those 3 offices in the firm, and we all work together as a team to service our clients.
Okay, and I noticed too with, the chief, he's been at different cities and he noticed that he recommended you guys for your services and your work. Now, it means that you have work at different cities. Is that the normal pricing for what you guys do? Because I have been told at a couple different cities that the price is a little lesser. Is that correct?
We have a range of contracts, and some of that comes to the scope of services that's being provided. For some cities, we only provide federal advocacy. For some cities, we only provide state advocacy. For some cities, we only provide grant writing, or there are combinations of 2 or 3 of those scopes. We also look at the size of the city. Some of our cities that we've had for 20 years, they may have a different fee structure because they kind of were grandfathered in 20 years ago. So there is variance, but the $9,000 a month full scope, all 3 scope contract is very consistent with what cities of your size are paying up and down the state for those services.
Okay, so are there any local cities that you do both, state and federal, at this time?
Yes.
Locally in Orange County?
Yes.
Can you name a couple cities?
City of Buena Park, we provide state and federal advocacy and grant writing services. City of Brea, we provide all three services. City of Placentia, we provide all three services. City of Costa Mesa, we provide all three services. City of Tustin, we provide all three services. I can keep going.
That's perfect. That's
Yeah,
good.
your list
Thank
is
you
pretty
so much.
long
I
on your
appreciate
website.
that.
This is long.
The list is pretty long.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have a motion and second on the floor.
Yeah, one other comment. You mentioned about the relationship that you have with, like you said, the name on the company, but it's about the staff.
It's about the staff.
Okay, my question is, are you retiring?
No. I have a 3-year-old and a 15-month-old,
Okay, so no.
I got a long time to go.
All right. Okay.
You know, my last question. So just want to confirm.
Yeah, no,
So
it's,
you said that if they're not performing, then we can cancel within a month. Are there any penalty with that cancellation? Not at all, right?
There are no penalties.
Okay.
No.
But I believe that you guys will get the job done. So thank you.
Good questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve staff recommendation to approve the agreement with Townsend Public Affairs Incorporation to provide legislative advocacy for a term of 5 years in an amount not to exceed $9,000 monthly, and approve a budget adjustment to the city manager contractual services account in the amount of $54,000 for the remaining fiscal year, and not to exceed $108,000 annually for each year of the agreement thereafter. In addition, there was an amendment to that motion to add that staff will come back at the 6-month mark to provide council with an update. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yeah, just one quick comment. I just want to make sure that the public understands where I'm coming from. You know, originally when I first saw this, you know, my initial reaction, my quick reaction was no, because we're not in a good financial position to take this on, to take on this, spend this kind of monies out there. But as we spoke earlier, when I saw what we're currently paying, and then you add the staff time, to me, it's actually in the long run, it's probably going to be a wash, or it's going to benefit us, because as we know, in every single department, every single department, we're shorthanded. So that's going to free up our staff to do work on other projects. So I just want to sometimes there's some confusion out there, or some misunderstanding that why you vote this way, why you know, what are you doing, you know? So I just want to make sure that the community understands that this is a benefit to their community. So my vote is yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.8, adoption of resolutions approving negotiated memorandums of understanding, MOUs, with Westminster Police Officers Association and the Westminster Municipal Employees Association, and compensation plans for unrepresented groups, management, administrative, and confidential employees and executive employees. I don't know if there is a staff report, or do we need one?
We're obligated to provide one, so my HR director, Jody Greiner, who's been working extra hard on this, will present a very brief report.
I will try to make it brief. Good morning, I'm sorry, good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Jody Greiner, and I am the Human Resource and Risk Management Director. I am pleased to be here tonight presenting on the topic of the Memorandum of Understanding and resolutions between the City of Westminster and our employee groups. The current labor agreements expired on June 30th, 2023. City representatives started discussions with labor groups approximately 10 months ago and have recently completed the process with agreed upon terms. Just as a reminder, we have 4 labor groups. It is the WPOA, which is the Westminster Police Officer Association, WMEA, which is the Westminster Municipal Employees Association, Management, Administration, and Confidential Employee Group, and Executive Employee Group. So during the discussions, we kept one primary goal in mind, which was to attract and retain talent, which is a goal of this strategic plan. We also spent countless hours discussing what was important to both the labor groups and the city. Ultimately, keeping these goals in mind, we came to the following terms. So the term of this new contract will be July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. And I'd like to point out that there was a mistake in the staff report and we accidentally put through June of 2023. So that should be 26. So as far as economic terms, we agreed to a salary increase of 3% in January, 3% in July of 24, and then 3% in July of 25. We also are suggesting the additional holidays of the Martin Luther King holiday, Veterans Day, and currently we get Christmas Eve for half a day. That would be a whole day. And then an increase of $200 to the family medical plan. The rates went up anywhere between 13 and 19%, and so we would contribute an extra $200, raising it from $1,800 to $2,000. And then a $300 monthly vehicle stipend allowance to executive employees. Additionally, we focused on some non-economic terms. This is an opportunity where we are able to update certain parameters in the MOUs that may be unclear or need updating. So a few of those items were a reduction in the number of languages on bilingual skill pay. We added stiffer parameters to the commander take-home cars. We added more defined parameters for accruals while employees are on leave. And we updated terms per state and federal regulations, such as bereavement leave. The fiscal impact will cost $1.15 million annually for all groups. A budget adjustment to salaries and benefits in the amount of $575,000 will be necessary for the remainder of 23-24. And that is broken down as follows. General fund, $469,000. Special revenue funds, $21,000. Internal service funds, $27,000. Water funds, $58,000. So that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Just open up for questions, starting with Councilmember West.
You can come back to me. That'd be great.
Councilmember Menzo.
No, I think we've discussed this pretty extensively.
Okay, thank you.
I understand that we're really low, but I wish we can do better, but this is what we got, so thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that we went through this at least like twice. And this is the result that I expect to coming back to us. And I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hall.
Well, I am very glad that we are able to do what we can do for all of our employees. I wish we could do more. I thank you. Thank you for your report.
I move to approve the item 5.8 as the staff recommended.
A second.
I already did.
Can I make a statement, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Next time, I will call you last then. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I think with the council approval and negotiation, I think we are very generous regarding the condition we're in. And I'm happy that the unions from all three groups decided to agree upon that, and this is amazing. We are here to support our, law enforcement, firefighter, and our public works, and so we appreciate that you guys see that, and thank you. So,
sincerely apologize for that. I don't mean to.
No problem, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we have motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Resolution Number 5214, amending the Memorandum of Understanding and Salary Schedules Exhibit A, B, and C for the Westminster Police Officers Association for the period of July 1, 2023 through and including June 30th, 2026, and adopt a resolution entitled, A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Resolution Number 5187, amending the compensation plan and salary schedules, Exhibit A, B, and C, for the Westminster Municipal Employee Association for the period of July 1, 2023 through and including June 30, 2026, and adopt a resolution entitled, A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Resolution Number 5215, amending the compensation plan and salary schedules, Exhibits A, B, and C, for the management, administrative, and confidential employees for the period of July 1, 2023 through and including June 30, 2026. And adopt a resolution entitled, A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Resolution Number 5216, amending the compensation plan and salary schedules, Exhibits A, B, and C, for the executive employees for the period of July 1, 2023 through and including June 30, 2026. And approve the updated salary schedules for Westminster Police Officers Association, Westminster Municipal Employee Association, Management, Administrative, and Confidential Employee Group, and Executive Employee Group. And authorize a budget adjustment in the amount of $575,000 to implement all compensation plans for the remainder of fiscal year 2023-2024. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion
And-
carried 5-0.
The time is now 10:04, and I move to extend the regular meeting hours.
A second.
Till maybe.
Well, we just have a few, so we will
Yeah.
finish it. So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per policy. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
6.1, consider introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 1.28.010, posting places for public notices of Westminster Municipal Code. Any update on this?
A motion to approve.
Okay,
I second it.
okay. We have motion second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. That is to go ahead and introduce an ordinance for the first reading entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Chapter 1.28.010, posting places for public notices of Title I General Provisions of the Westminster Municipal Code to update posting locations, read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next item is 7.1, appointment to Parks and Recreation Commission for 2022 to 2024, and this item applicable to Councilwoman Amy Fan West, appointee. Please.
Yes, thank you. So I want to appoint Ken Abel to the Park and Recreation today. Thank you. And I'll give you his email and phone number after
I
this.
second it.
So I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to appoint Kenneth Abel as Amy Fan West's appointee to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a term ending December 2024, waiving other applicable requirements. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Next item is 7.2, appointment to the Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee. So with this, I would like to go ahead and start with Councilmember West first for your appointee.
Yes, I want to nominate a police officer, Robert Furman, and he'll be a good asset for this committee.
Okay, we will vote as a slate, so I'd like to go with, next is Councilmember Menzo.
Diana Lee Carey.
Okay, Councilmember Nguyen.
I still working on my selection. Okay.
Okay, Vice Mayor Ho.
My choice is Antoine Lay.
You took my choice. So with that, I will schedule mine until next time. So we have 3 recommendations, and I move to approve.
I'll second, but I have a question for staff. When is the first meeting that this committee needs to have?
As soon as we get a quorum and work out a schedule.
But don't we have a requirement for that we need, was it yearly?
We need 3, right?
Yes.
So we have 3.
So
Yeah, it
they
sounds
can-
like we have 3, so we could meet.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, so we'll work with them, obviously, after the holiday schedule and get their availability based on who you appointed, as long as we can have 3 of them show up.
All right.
Yeah, I apologize. I was looking at that, and I think there's a qualification, and, for the others, I have to look at it again, and we'll make decision at the next meeting. With that, we move to 7.3. I believe that's
We haven't voted.
That's the urgent.
We need to vote.
Mayor, we still need to
Oh,
vote on this
we did?
item.
We have not? Okay.
So I do have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, and the second was made by...
Oh, I second
Which
it.
one? Okay. By Councilmember Monzo. So we do have 2 appointments. One is for Robert Furman for Councilman Van West, and then we have Diana Lee Carey for Councilmember Monzo, and then Antoine Lee for Vice Mayor Ho. We'll go ahead and bring this item back to you in the first meeting of January for Councilmember Nguyen's and Mayor Nguyen's appointees. All right, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Moving to 7.3, this is an urgent item requested by Councilmember West, and Council approved to bring it to the agenda today. So that was, can you repeat that item?
Yes.
To appointment.
7.3 is the appointment to the Westminster Community Foundation. This will be for Councilwoman Van West's appointee for a term ending January 2025.
All right, move to approve. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm sorry. Well, I moved to approve before you actually appointed, so it's good.
Should I? Sorry?
I want to go home. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so basically, I would say that it is very important, since I found out the replacement of my board member due to moving to another city and the obligation she has this moving forward with different engagement. As I know, the TED Parade is coming very soon, like I mentioned earlier, in 2 months. And it is very crucial for us to nominate someone who can help with fundraising and the gala as well. So I nominate James Mai. He is a business owner, and he has tons of connection, and also he has his own nonprofit organization, which he understands the concept of running a nonprofit. So that will be a great contribution to our Westminster Community Foundation. So I move forward to nominate James Mai, and I will give you his contact and email after this. I motion to move forward to approve.
Okay, we have
Mayor?
a motion, we have a second.
That was you.
Okay. All right.
I have a motion made by
I
Councilman.
motioned it before you, okay? So.
Thank
anyway.
you.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to make the appointment for James Mai, and this is for a term ending January 2025 on the Westminster Community Foundation. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Councilmember.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
At this point of time, I would like to open up for oral communications for non-agenda items. So, because I'm City Clerk, Madam, would you please go ahead and read the instruction into record?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, thank you staff for hosting such great holiday events for our residents. Thank you Mayor Nguyen for meeting with me last month. I hope to see progress on the matters we discussed. Amy Plan West, Councilwoman Garden Grove, or City of Little Saigon, AKA Narcissistic Twat Waffle, who doesn't know what city you represent. Your flagrant Brown Act violation on November 8th that the Vice Mayor and City Attorney refused to stop twice was devoid of fact. The two-part diatribe about me was not a response to my public comments. It was a planned personal attack that some might deem to be slanderous defamation of a resident by an elected official, saying I am stealing and bullying residents. I never uttered the word lawsuit like you claimed either. The logo case you spewed on about was the third investigation of you violating the city's logo ordinance. The first two cases, you were found to be in violation because you were using the unmodified city logo for your unauthorized personal use. I have copies of the 2 letters that were sent certified mail to you from our police department to prove it. Your response was to modify it and slightly, and since the city hadn't trademarked the logo, likeness did not apply and charges were not ultimately filed. But the city attorney chose not to investigate the matter, so the outside attorney expenses on him. But Christian, on May 1st, wrote in an email, quote, on its face, the logo that was used is not an exact replica of what the code says is the logo because the words in the outer circle are completely different. That being said, it does appear to be substantially the same as the city logo. The entire middle portion of the logo appears to be the same as the city logo, including the use of the same size and colors from what I can tell. So on that basis, this person seems to be using or modifying the city logo in some way. If anyone else were to do something similar, it would be proper to notify that person that their use of the logo is not allowed out of concern that it may give people the impression the user's actions or statements represent the official action of the city. So the same reasoning would need to be applied here. Unless the use of this particular case was authorized by the clerk, the city manager, or by the council as set forth in the code, it would be proper to notify the individual that their use of the logo is not allowed under our code. Mic drop, Christian. NAMQUAN sent an email to everyone alleging our police department didn't do their job during Amy's tirade. Wow, it was NAMQUAN as chair who didn't do his job to handle the situation by cutting her off immediately. Charlie, I want to believe you would have acted much sooner. Several of you replied all to that email a potential Brown Act violation. Some might deem NAMQUAN's email to be libelous defamation. I did not approach the dais in an aggressive way. I had no weapons and I was not a threat to anyone's safety. I stood in the space open to the public, trying to get Christian's attention to step in and stop Amy from incriminating herself any further because NAMQUAN wasn't going to do it. The chief, city manager, and Councilman Manzo all responded with similar accounts. Some might deem Amy's response to be libelous too, and quit smirking at me. I did not breach anyone's personal space or dash towards the council. NAMQUAN, your refusal to attend 2 special meetings and vote to place the tax measure on the ballot was chicken shit, and see as your first step toward defunding our police department. You need to go.
Well, I do have a brief comment about it. I love your size. I don't understand. Well, for the 5 years that I'm here on the dais, I have missed 2 meetings. Talking about all the meetings that I missed only 2, and now I am being criticized for it. I love it. So that's all right. Next,
Good job, Mr.
next-
Mayor. I have a statement, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for making that statement. So I want to put on record, number one, you said I use the logo and I change it. No, it's been the same since I got elected. And the same logo was used as Supervisor Andrew Doe. It's the same, the way how he did it is legal. The way I did it is legal. You have criticized twice to the city attorney and the chief of police twice. The third one, we have to hire a private attorney, and it's on the taxpayers' money. So stop spewing lies. So let me say it again. The logos is the same logo I have since I was elected. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing was modified.
Thank you.
And you do bully the
Please,
residents.
it's time for the council to speak, so please, it's your turn, we listen to you. We listen to you, so now you listen to us.
you.
So, next.
Please don't speak until you're acknowledged to come up and speak at the podium. It's not your turn to yell from the audience.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia. I don't see him still here. Roger Mindrum, I don't see him still here. And Ankeet, I don't see still here. So we're going to go with Jason Doan.
Okay, I'm here for last time meeting. We had like a city planning council meeting, planning commission meeting. But there are 4 issues that I want to talk is the homelessness, finding the shelter, and also, cleaning the street and picking up the trash. So I saw a lot of homeless people asking for money, and I feel for them. So I talk a few, and then I ask what happened to them and where they want to be. So they all tell me, I need a ride, so I help them. The point is that they don't want to go into shelter, so then I give them the information where to go for the shelter. And then I told them, let's follow up and then see what's going on. I think a lot of these people have mental health issue, so they don't know what to do. They may be on drugs, they may be on addiction, but we have to do something about it. So I'm proposing that we should open a facility where they can go in and like every day, if they want to go work, they can work 2 hours, earn the minimum wage, and they have the money to spend, instead of standing and asking for money. So we have to find a place for them to stay. And then also about the street, we should keep all the street clean because a lot of homeless people go in the cities and it's spread everywhere now. There's so much trash more than before. Ever since 2016, Trump became president, I think I noticed like a lot more homelessness people, a lot of old people, and they have trash everywhere, and they don't have a place to stay. And then every time they are done, staying at that location, and they leave the trash back, so we have to clean them. So I propose that, bring these people to have a program where they can go and pick up the trash. And then also, lastly, we should clean the street more regularly, once a week. Every week we should have cleaned them. So we have the car sweeping come out there and clean the street very clearly, and then cleanly, and then have all the vehicles kind of move away. So and final thing is about the AI. AI causes a lot of mental health, causes people to have a lot of emotional problems. And I think they use facial recognition equipment to hurt us a lot. So that's something people have to worry. And then that's why a lot of people say they have schizophrenia. So they don't know how much it hurt you. And that's been ongoing for a while. Nobody talks about it. And they're talking about all these chips that are being built. These are very dangerous software algorithm that we need to look into it. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Kai Dow.
Can I address him quick?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. So, Jason, I'm happy that you are concerned about the homeless and getting them shelter and cleaning the streets. Our police, law enforcement, Councilman Nam Quang and myself, we're on the ad hoc committee for the homeless committee. And I know that Chief and his team has done a phenomenal job taking care of the homeless. And as you drive around, you notice it was less on the 22 where Golden West is. We barely see them around there. And plus, with the state of California, the law, it makes it really hard for our law enforcement to book them, right? And to send them into a shelter. Right now, we're working with the county to make sure we have those beds for them. So I know our law enforcement's working on that, okay? And if you have any concern, we do street sweeping, is that correct, City Manager, twice a month? And, you know, maybe what they can do is to make sure those street sweeper empty out before they continue their next round. That's something that
I just want to remind Council that brief comment is welcome. And if there is, if we want to go deep into that, then we can always, agendize the item for the next meeting. I would think that way we have more time to discuss about the items. Next.
Yeah, before I speak, I'd like to ask the city attorney again. Aren't you guys supposed to go to some kind of training to tell you guys that at our communication session, you're supposed to sit there and listen? Am I supposed to go back and you scolding at me? Talk down to me after I'm done? You guys have your time, okay? I sit there 3-4 hours, listen to you guys discussing. So this is our communication, so listen. I'll take my words back. I was gonna congratulate you on a nice meeting. We haven't had any decent meeting for a long time. I was gonna congratulate you guys until what happened. Well, then I'll read what I just wrote. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Kimberly Hall, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for doing the right thing. It's very big of you to vote for someone who's supposed to be your opponent instead of supporting your associate. And that's what we hope you continue to do. And vote your conscience. Nam Quan, it was wise for you to offer to step down and nominate Amy to replace you. At least I have to give you that. But I hope you'll take my warning seriously to resign from the council, to tone down your rhetoric on social media, stop your lies, and stop scamming people. I bid you and everyone present here on the dais, in the chamber, at home, or anywhere watching this, happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, prosperous New Year, and a happy, satisfying life. But after the holidays, if you still don't heed my warning, still continuing to behave the way you do, deceiving people the way you have been doing, then I have to do what I have to do, what I need to do, stop you from that, and make you responsible for what you have done. And you've been served. I gave the lawsuit paper to the city clerk. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam Grumling.
No, I do have a brief response. We are here to do the city business. We are not here to ask for your praise or congratulate or anything. We do what is right for the city. So we'll continue to do that. And we are not going to take any, my parents are never yell at me, but here I am, I understand from the public standpoint, but I'm not going to take it. So next.
I agree with the mayor. We're going to continue to do the job and serve the community. That's what we do, and elected by the people. And that's what we're going to do best and continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Our next speaker is Pam Grumling.
Hello again. I just wanted to bring up and this would probably be for you, Amy, the District 1 with just, we're really starting to look really trashy over there. There's just a lot of garbage and we're getting a lot of crime. We have homeless people living behind the 76 station there. We've had two tragic, things that have happened. One, I think it was last year when somebody was stabbed at the 76 station, then at the Motel 6, and, I don't know, maybe he came from Motel 6, but the last thing we just had with the shooting, I've bought the house where I live probably in 1993 or 94, and it's been a wonderful area. It is so run down now with Walgreens being out of business it's just a dilapidated building just sitting there with a fence around it to keep the homeless out. I don't know if they've sold it yet or if it's just sitting there. Big Lots has been out for about a year. We really need some help over there. It's just been horrible. And it's getting worse, and it's getting just so much garbage in the parking lots. And we're now probably the one that has the most crime out of all the districts now. So I don't know if you guys have any suggestions or just kind of have somebody look into it. Our police department's been amazing. When we have problems, they're out there within the hour. So it's been very helpful. But I just, I don't like the motels, for one. The motels are horrible. They're bringing in a lot of bad people. I mean, families, I know they do need a place to live because they're homeless, and, I mean, they can afford that. You can't afford rent anymore for these families. So I understand that, but the trash has got to go. The people that are causing the problems, and they're criminals, and they're pedophiles, they need to go. And I don't know how we can even solve that other than taking down these motels. But yeah, we're losing a lot of our businesses. I mean, we've have, the top Yakitori that was right there on Edwards, they just left, and Cafe Westminster was knocked down. We have nothing over here anymore. So it would be nice to see something done. And Amy, if it's possible, I would appreciate if you could send me, the city clerk has my email, but if you could send me an email with things that have been done since the year that you've been in our district so that I could share that with my neighborhood watch.
Yeah,
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And, I want to address, Kim, you do
Pam.
report.
Pam.
Pam, I'm so sorry. Pam, do you report on the app as well, right?
Yeah.
When you see homelessness or trash, is that correct? And they do come out, right? Right. Okay, can I ask Chief regarding the crime in District 1? Is it on the rise than any other 4 district? Is that correct?
Can we have that at the next meeting or something? I mean, we respond to, this is public comments, and we respond to public comments instead of, going too deeply into it. Pretty quick, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, I'm currently working on year-end stats, just waiting to get over that line of January 1st, and I would think I can have that to council by one of the council meetings in February, and I could deliver the year-end statistics.
Yes, I remember that we requested for you to update us quarterly on this one. So you're ready for the next, if that's okay with you, Councilmember West, we'll have that update in January time.
Yes, I think that'll be great. And then the last comment about the Motel 6. Pam, I know staff, Christine, mentioned to me that people have come to present the Motel 6 to buy it, but at the time the old council didn't approve of that. And I do see, the many incidents. There's 2 so far in the last 5 years. So I think that's still good, but any death is a bad death, right? So we will look into that when there's any, application to buy that motel. We'll be all over it. Okay? Thank you.
Next.
Our next speaker is Devora Mariscal.
Thank you, City Clerk, for addressing me as I requested. Devorah Mariscal, Westminster, California. A couple of things. I'm just kind of going off my heart because I haven't had time to prepare. Obviously, it's the holidays, everybody's business. I was not able to listen to the initial part of the meeting, so I apologize in advance. So our last meeting, we talked about the potential tax increase up to the voters. In my opinion, that should not have taken more than 30 minutes to decide, to allow the citizens of Westminster to make that decision. You may have your own viewpoints of how that should be, but we, as the residents, the people that shop here, the people that pay for your benefits and pay for your salaries, we are the ones that should be able to make that decision. That was a complete and total waste of time, in my opinion. Shouldn't have taken more than 30 minutes. If you had not missed, two of you, have you not missed the meeting before, they wouldn't have had to go over that again. So there was absolutely no reason for that. I would like to congratulate the city manager and her staff for the nice tree lighting ceremony that took place last week. I did attend probably the first hour or so. One thing I would like to point out, which it's too late to do this year, you spend a lot of time doing things for the Asian community, for the Christian community. Do you know that we have a synagogue here in Westminster? Nothing has been done for the Jewish community, not one single thing. We could have lit a menorah here, we could have addressed the Jewish community, but nothing was done. Too late to do it now, we only have a couple more days of Hanukkah. Last but not least, as I walk or drive through Westminster, we have a boatload of empty lots, empty businesses, businesses that are leaving our city versus coming in. Y'all were voted in to try to help the financial stability of our city. That is your number one or maybe number two priority. Our police department does a great job trying to keep us safe. We need safety, but we need financial stability. Let's work on it.
May I brief on the synagogue?
Yes. I suggest that we don't have to do it every single one of them.
I know. I just want to, address their concerns. So Chief and I went to the synagogue regarding the bombing in Gaza, and we went there to support them. And also, not only that, our chief of police sent extra patrol over there during this time because we understand the conflict. So that's what we did, and thank you, Chief, for that. And I hope that helped your understanding that we are concerned and see things that's happening in our city. Now, regarding the 30 minutes to vote for a tax increase for the voters to decide, we did that, didn't we? So I think that's important that the council decided to give the people the voice to vote for themselves because we trust the voter in their decision.
Thank you very much. Next.
Our final speaker for the evening is Tim Hogan.
Final comment for the year. Public comment.
Thank you. It was a good meeting. Very productive. Went very well. It was a great way to end the year. Kudos to you all. If I may, I have a few comments on the proclamation. I believe that much of that proclamation was copied from the one that the Congresswoman Steele and Congressman Correa put together. Hence, it has some problems. First and foremost, the Vietnamese heritage and freedom flag is red and yellow, not gold. Second, the Vietnamese Service Medal, established by President Johnson in 1965, has no motto, to never forget. I mean, just think of it logically. Why would President Johnson why would he have gotten wistful for the past and pledged to never forget something that he was in the middle of. It was 1965. The war still had 10 more years to go. Nobody was thinking it was going to be, over. Nobody was thinking that it was going to be something that they would forget. So I think that, taking that out of it would probably be better. Finally, on July 11th, 1995, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam was officially recognized by the United States under President Bill Clinton. We have exchanged ambassadors, and we have consulates in both nations. A little bit of Foreign Relations 101. Our trade balance between us and Vietnam right now was $142 billion in 2022, of which $14 billion was exports, probably or most likely food. There's no way that we're going to jeopardize $142 billion worth of trade. As Councilman Nguyen, actually then Vice Mayor Nguyen, said, no matter what our personal thoughts are, and the recognition of Vietnam is official, and nothing we can say or do will change that. And that includes their flag. So that's just my own personal thought on that. Finally, just as a kudo or as an addendum to the issue earlier, many of my I do work for about 40 different municipalities here in the 3 counties area, and many of those municipalities and districts do work with Townsend Public Affairs, as have I over the years in a support capacity, and I have never heard a complaint about them. They do an excellent job. With that, I wish you all a happy holiday, and may you have peace in your life. Thank you much.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Well, now we are moving into the comments from the City Council and agency members, including AB 1234 report. But before going to that, I would like to thank you, every one of you, to attend the meeting today, whether it's staff, PDs, or residents. We are here to do the city business, and we love to have your opinions. It's just that we need to be respect to each other. I understand as a public officials, it's open up for public comments. But I guess I don't deserve to have people yelling, screaming at me, or accuse me for things that I don't do, or criticize me for the things that, it's just normal things. And I'm telling you, even though I appreciate that, yes, I listen to you, but I don't take it, okay? And I will be here to do the city business. Again, I appreciate for your opinions, but I will be here to defend for my council. If there is any defamation or anything that is not right that I know of, I will defend for them. So now I would like to open up for council comments, starting with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your comment. That means a lot to the council here that we work hard. It's funny that some of you guys, I don't think you understand, but the council, we pretty much work for free if you think about it. We get comped every 2 weeks. We get about 300 a month. 300 every 2 weeks. And it's like, we're serving you guys. And if you guys would just give us a chance to serve you until our term is done, and then you guys vote. We don't make any, that's for our gas money to drive around to different events to represent the city and bring business into the city. So for that alone, I hope you guys have respect for us in a way we don't get paid for anything. And then another thing, since we're heading into Christmas, on a light note, I want to say thank you so much for staff, for all you do closing out the year with a bang, like I said again. And you guys did phenomenal with everything. You give your best, and I really appreciate that, and I don't expect any less. And you guys have given your best for the city, for your staff as well, and I appreciate each one of you guys, city manager, to the department head, and our law enforcement and firefighters as well. So thank you. And then also going to the season, you know, I really want to wish all of you guys who are hearing me tonight that you feel blessed as well into entering into this Christmas season, finding the hope and the miracle of Christmas that you find in your heart, and that you find peace, you find joy, you find hope. Because I know a lot of people are suffering during this time, especially our veteran. I know that depression is on the rise, suicidal is on the rise as well, and my heart goes out to them. But I want you to know that you're not alone. If you need to talk to someone, please call your friends, your loved one. And if you see sign of suicidal or, you know, depression, please reach out to your friend. It's very important to say, hey, be honest with them. Hey, it seems like you're acting a little different. Can I help you? Can you share with me? I'll be here for you. And I think that's what we need to do more as a community, to look out for each other in the midst of all the hardship that we're facing with our economy and the state we live in. But I ask that God will bless you guys, your family, in this 2023, and I look forward to serving you in 2024. God bless you, and God bless California, and God bless Westminster. Thank you.
Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's keep this light. Let's change the mood. I just want to thank staff again for the tree lighting ceremony we had. This bigger attendance that we had the last couple of years. It just seems like the more and more that we have the team that we have in place, all our leadership across each department, they just keep moving the bar higher and higher, and that's awesome. And because our community is the one that's benefiting it, and they're seeing, and I see the excitement in the community's eyes when they attend all these events that our staff has been putting together. You can see it in the tree lighting ceremony that was bigger than the last couple of years. The Santa on the Go events that our staff's putting together keeps growing and growing. That's awesome to see. So thank you, staff, for that drive that you have. Really good time at our an employee breakfast we had yesterday. It was very loose, and everybody was having a good time just being amongst each other, and all you can see that in all the different tables that everybody's at. A lot of conversation, having a really good time. So I really enjoyed being there. Had a really good time. Councilmember Ho was a blast to be around. Thank you. She was really actually got my. I don't want to get into that, but so lastly, I just want to wish everybody, you know, slow down. This is the time of the year that I always feel we have a very diverse community with different belief systems, different religions, and to me, I personally see this time as a time for us to slow down and savor the little moments that we can spend with our loved ones and our friends. Just slow down and savor them, get together with our families, and just have conversations that we don't have. Sometimes we're busy, and that's what it is for me, to slow down and see family that I haven't seen in a while. So I hope that everybody out there has a real nice holiday. Spend with your loved ones. Thank you for being part of our community. I just want to enjoy your time with your families. Thank you, staff. I hope that each and every one of you get to have some time off and spend with your families over this holiday. And I really appreciate everything that you do. And I'm glad that we're able to get through these some of these big items, like some of the ones we finished today with our MOUs with our workers here in our city. I'm glad that we were able to get to that point, and hopefully we have better things to come in the next couple of years. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I want to make it quick since it's almost 11 at night. Okay. The holiday season is around the corner. I just want to thank you, our PD, that has been working really, really hard to keep our city safe. And I am very confident on our PD also. They're going to keep the city safe this holiday season. And with that, happy holiday and Merry Christmas.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Thank you. So I don't know who it was that showed up at the breakfast the other day, but I can tell you I was home sleeping. So it was Miss Claus, I heard, and I can tell you that I'm not a morning person, and so I finally figured out that I got up at around 5 o'clock that morning. I'm not a morning person, but I got up at 5, so I got about 3 hours of sleep, so to get ready for this exciting breakfast. And I think I must have had like 20 shots, not vodka, guys, of coffee, of espresso. And so then, you know, that must be, that I figured out that was a reason why. And, but I had a blast. I really, you know, felt really comfortable with, I guess, and that's, so I had a lot of fun. And, you know, I feel the warmth, the love, and I feel that we are family. So I did have a great time. I really did. And it really showed in all the pictures that people sent me. And, you know, I apologize to Lisa, right? Councilmember Manzo. So, you know, but I was like, was expecting a text from her. But anyway, I just want to say that thank you, staff, for all your work throughout the year. And as we end the year, I just want to wish you and your family a lot of happiness and joy, and you know, during this holiday season, and be safe. I will see you in 2025. Thank you so much. 2024, I just skipped 2024, right? 2024. Okay, so yeah. And thank you very much. I want to say to all that voted for me as vice mayor, I will do my very best. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, it's my turn. I said it already, I will say it again. Once again, I'm looking at you, and from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely thank you for caring for the city. And I want to speak on behalf of the council. We are all here doing the work for the city. I don't care whether you agree or disagree. You know that we've been here starting at 4 o'clock, continuously until now. And being here at 4 o'clock to start, we have to be ready at 3. For myself, I tell you, for the last 5 years, I don't do anything for Wednesday. I reserve the whole day for Wednesday when we have the meeting to prepare for the meeting. Look at this. This much of the documents that we have to go through. So, please, it's my turn. So, you have to understand, for us, we are doing our best for the city. All I ask is be understanding. We are listening to you. So don't come up with, you know, kind of frustration and then trying to accuse us for things that we don't do. I am telling you, I am not going to take it, and I'm not going to, for sure. So at this point here, again, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for taking the time and stay until this minute. I want to thank staff for doing the work, all the work that you did, for your dedication. I know that for the last several months, you've been working really hard. You've been doing the good work for the city, and we started out this meeting today with a spirit, with a good spirit, and I would like to have our meeting going that way so that we can all working with each other to improve the city, for the betterment of the city. I want to thank staff from city manager to ACM, or to all PDs and to all directors and all staff of the city. And I want to before I congratulate Vice Mayor Ho, I would like to take this moment to thank Council Member Nguyen. He was stepping in to do my job for the last 2 meetings that I wasn't here. And I appreciate for his time. He did his best to conduct the meeting, to get the meeting going. And I appreciate for your time. I appreciate for the dedication that your effort that you dedicated for the council, for the city. Even though that he is doing a good job, if he continue to be in this role, I can assure you he can do the better job. He was given a job at the last minute, but he can do the job well. And if we continue to give him the role and responsibility, I can tell you that he can perform his duties. But he understands that we work among ourselves, and having another person to take that role of vice mayor. He is not reluctantly to give up that position to another council, so that we can rotate around and then make the city better. I appreciate for his dedication. I appreciate for his voluntarily. And appoint for another person in the vice mayor position. So again, I want to thank you for what you did for as a vice mayor for the last year. So thank you again for that.
Thank you. Don't mention it.
Before I go next, I would like to congratulate to Vice Mayor Ho. I know that there are works in front of us. I love to have a chance to work with you as a mayor and a vice mayor so that we can move this city forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
So with that, I would like to say happy holidays to each and every one of you. And I would like to adjourn this meeting, and the next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, January 10th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.